Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, all distinguished delegates of 2nd ICE-TPD. On behalf of the committee, I would like to welcome everyone to the 2nd International Conference on Education, Teacher Training and Professional Development, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. We are using hybrid mode for our conference, so there are several participants both online and offline mode. It is an exquisite moment for us today as well to hold this event, because today Indonesia is celebrating its National Education Day. It is an honor and privilege for me, Hana Rosmalia, to be the MC for this lovely morning. And first of all, please allow me to express our gratitude and warm welcome to the Honorable Keynote Speaker of today's agenda, Ms. Audrey Nicole Carson, MED from Washington State University, United States of America, along with Associate Professor Dr. Saifon Songsing Che from Raja Manggala of Technology Krungthep University, Thailand, the Honorable Vice Rector of Academic, Education, and Digital Technology Affairs, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Ahsanul Inam, PhD, Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Trisakti Handayani, MM. Our speakers, Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum, SPD, MED, Dr. Nurwidodo, MKes, Dr. Erna Yayu, MPD, Dr. Agung Dediliawan Ismail, MPD, Dr. Husamah, MPD, Dr. Diah Worowirastri Ekawati, MPD, Dr. Alfiani Athma Putri Rosyadi, MPD, and Dr. Betty Istanti Suandani, MPD. These 8 names I just mentioned are all the new doctors from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Last but not least, a sincere welcome as well to all of the participants and audiences. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to ask you to stand up and sing National Anthem, Indonesia Raya and Muhammadiyah Hymn together. Muhammadiyah Hymn Sang Surya.
Two lights are
Well, ladies and gentlemen, the second agenda is reciting Holy Quran. Mr. Yudi Cahyadi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. يا لكم تفسحوا في المجالس إذا قيل لكم تفسحوا في المجالس فافسحوا يفسح الله لكم. وإذا قيل انشزوا فانشزوا يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم يرفع الله الذين آمنوا منكم والذين أوتوا العلم درجات. والله بما تعملون خبير. والله بما تعملون خبير. صدق الله العظيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's move along to the welcoming remarks from Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Trisakti Handayani MM. Time is yours.
The esteemed keynote speaker, Audrey Nicole Lawyer Carson, MAD from Graduate Training Assistant, Washington State University, United States of America, The esteemed keynote speaker, Associate Professor Dr. Saifon Song Si Chai from Raja Mangala of Technology, Krungtep University, Thailand. The Venerable Rector of University of Muhammadiyah Malang, Professor Dr. Nasaruddin Malik, MSI. The Venerable Vice Rector 1 for Educational Affairs, Teaching and Digital Technology, Professor Ahsanul Inam, PhD. The Honorable Vice Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Vice Dean 1, Dr. Sugiyarti MSI. Vice Dean 2, Profesor Dr. Abdul Qadir Raharjanto MSI. Vice Dean 3, Bayu Hendra Wicaksono PhD. The Honorable Head of Department in Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, guests and invited speakers, participants, and all audiences. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillah, all the praises and thanks to be Allah for the endless blessing and guidance to all of us, so that we are able to gather here today to attend the second International Conference on Education, Teacher Training, and Professional Development hosted by Faculty of Teacher and Training Faculty of Teacher Training and Education. Ladies and gentlemen, this one-day international conference specially aimed to share experience among researchers, professional educator, education policy maker, and education practitioner from various regions of Indonesia and from all over the globe. We are here today to discuss various educational terms within the framework of late development, current issues, challenges, theories, and the best practice on improving the quality of teacher and the best practice on improving the quality of teacher by actively collaborating with professional educator, the improvement and instructional quality, and becoming professional teachers. Esteemed speakers, guests, and all audiences, Faculty of Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang has committed to continuously nurture and developing the teaching and educational knowledge. Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang has committed to continuously nurture and developing to teaching and education knowledge. This attempt is conducted to facilitate ideas surrounding education and teacher professionalism, quality, improvement in regional, national, and international context. This conference is special because our keynote speakers are prominent and distinguished scholar professional from United States and Thailand. This event also inspired by the accomplishment of our several faculty members who have completed their doctorate program to disseminate their expertise and to share knowledge in academic context. Therefore, I greatly appreciate their contribution in this conference. Last but not least, on behalf of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, as the Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, I would like to appreciate the dedication of the committee members who have been working tirelessly to make this conference possible. I also would like to express my gratitude
PhD, we invite you to give a speech and open this conference.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Innal hamdalillah nahmadu wa nasta'inu wa nastaghfiruh wa na'udzu billahi min syururi anfusina wa min sayyiati a'malina. May yahdihillahu fala mudhillalah wa may yudhlil fala hadiyalah. Amma ba'd. Bapak Ibu hadirin yang berbahagia, sebelum saya mulai sambutan, mari bersama-sama kita buka International Conference on Education, Teacher Training, and Professional Development dengan bersama-sama mengucapkan basmalah. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Yang sama-sama kita berarti pemateri dari Graduate Teaching Assistant Washington State University, University of America, Saudara Nicole. Kemudian Associate Professor Dr. Saifon dari Raja Manggala of Technology Krungthep University Thailand. Terima kasih atas perkenannya menjadi keynote speak di dalam internal conference hari ini. Yang sama-sama kita hormati Profesor Dr. Trisakti Handayani MM, Dekan Fakultas Keguruan dan Ilmu Pendidikan Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Yang sama-sama kita hormati juga Wakil Dekan 1, 2, dan 3, serta Bapak Ibu Ketua Program Studi di lingkungan FKIP Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, serta seluruh partisipan yang mengikuti International Conference pada hari ini. Bapak Ibu dan saudara sekalian, International Conference pada hari ini adalah sebagai upaya untuk bersilaturahim, sebagai upaya untuk berdiskusi di dalam kaitannya bagaimana kita meningkatkan kualitas pendidikan di UMM dan di Indonesia secara umum. Demikian juga hari ini juga sebagai kegiatan kolokium dari 8 doktor baru dari FKIP Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang. Sebagaimana kita ketahui bahwa era sekarang adalah era digital, dan sebagaimana kita ketahui di era digital ini ada 3 aspek yang hendaknya kita perhatikan. Yang pertama adalah Internet of Things, kemudian Artificial Intelligence, kemudian yang ketiga adalah Big Data. Ketiga aspek itu hendaknya menjadi basis ketika kita mengembangkan pembelajaran, mengembangkan riset-riset, sehingga akan menghasilkan hasil karya yang baik sesuai dengan zamannya. Khususnya kepada 8 dokter baru, saya sangat berharap bagaimana dapat mengembangkan pembelajaran, meningkatkan kualitas penelitian yang berbasis digital. Insya Allah kalau itu dilakukan dan diimplementasikan, maka apa yang dihasilkan akan memberikan manfaat bagi semuanya. Selamat berkonferensi dan mudah-mudahan hasil yang ada ini menjadi pijakan di dalam pengembangan akademik, pengembangan pembelajaran, dan insya Allah akan dilanjutkan dengan international conference yang berikutnya. Mohon maaf kalau ada khilaf. Bila taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Let's give a round of applause, or you could press the applause button on your Zoom. It means that the welcoming event is complete, and I bet you cannot hold your enthusiasm to follow the keynote speech. This session is for the keynote speech and invited speaker. The keynote speech will be delivered by Ms. Audrey Nicole Lawyer Carson, MED, from the Graduate Teaching Assistant of Washington State University, United States of America, and Associate Professor Dr. Saifon Songsingjay from Raja Manggala of Technology, Krungthep University, Thailand. The invited speaker session will be presented by Dr. Rina Wahyu Setianingrum, SPD, MED, and Dr. Nur Widodo, MKes from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. And I would like to invite our moderator of this session. He is a lecturer at the English Education Study Program. Mr. Triastama Wiratmaja SSMSE, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Hana. Okay, let's get started. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning in Southeast Asian region, especially to all speakers and audiences in Indonesia and Thailand. And good evening to our keynote speaker in the state of Washington, especially in the Pacific Northwest region of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers, esteemed guests, participants and audiences, welcome to the second International Conference on Education, Teacher Training and Professional Development, or ICE-TPD, that virtually hosted by Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. I'm honored to be your moderator for this enlightening keynote speech session. We are here today together from different corners of the globe to engage in meaningful discussions, exchange innovative ideas, and foster collaborations that will shape the future of our world. The theme of this one-day international conference, Transforming Education Through Continuous Professional Teacher Development to Attain SDGs. The theme somewhat reflects our collective commitment to addressing the most pressing challenges faced by our societies. Throughout the sessions, we will explore diverse perspectives, delve into cutting-edge research, and propose actionable solutions towards a more sustainable and inclusive future. Without further ado, let us commence with our first session, which is in the next few hours. We are going to witness two esteemed keynote speakers from USA and Thailand. It is my pleasure to introduce our esteemed speakers who bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to the stage. For the keynote speaker session, each speaker will have at least 30 minutes to present their insight, followed by 15 minutes Q&A session for each one of them. In between the speakers, there will be a conferral of a certificate. Okay, let me read the short biography of our first keynote speaker. She is, her name, Audrey Nicole Lawyer Carlson, MED, from Graduate Teaching Assistant, Washington State University, USA. She completed her bachelor degree majoring in elementary education in Northern Arizona University. Afterwards, she continued her master's program in bilingual and multicultural education, English as second language, in Northern Arizona University. Previously, she amassed her teaching experiences in various schools across Arizona and Cornell English School in Taiwan. And lately, she has been appointed as Graduate Teaching Assistant Teach and Learn 3-1 Early Literacy in Washington State University. She is also a member of International Literacy Association, and she speaks Spanish as well. So you may raise any questions in Spain if you want to. All right, let's get moving to our first presentation session that will be delivered by Audrey. Audrey, for the next 30 minutes, the screen is yours. Thank you.
All right. You should be able to see my screen. If not, please let me know. Once again, thank you for that great introduction. Very kind words. So, like they said, my name is Audrey Carlson, and I am currently a PhD student at Washington State University in the Language Literacy and Technology program. Before I begin, I want to start by thanking the organizers and one of my colleagues, Aliman, for inviting me to be a part of this conference. As a PhD student, my research focuses on educational policy in the United States relating to biliteracy development. And as it was noted, I work with undergraduate students in their first semester of the education classes, and I teach about the foundations of literacy. And so with that, today I'll be talking about literacy development. We'll talk about the early stages and how we continue it and what it looks like for bilingual development. So today I'm going to go through 5 different related topics. The first topic is, what is literacy? So in this topic, we'll look at how we define literacy. We'll look at the broader concept of literacy, and we'll discuss what that means for our students. Then we'll talk a little bit about how that literacy develops, what are the stages, especially in an alphabetic system like English, and the importance of progress monitoring. Third, we'll talk about using second language support. We'll talk about using the first language to support language acquisition. The fourth topic, we'll just really briefly talk about biliteracy and why that's also important. And we'll spend the most amount of time in that fifth and last topic about building an environment for literacy and biliteracy. So how we can encourage our students to use their language knowledge and how we can encourage them to be really involved in their own learning. So the first thing I want us to do is I want you to try to go ahead and go to this link. It's a program called Menti, and it will allow us to work together. So I'll drop the link in the chat box, but if you can, go ahead and try to use this QR code to scan it, or you can go to menti.com and enter in this code. Like I said, I will send a link to the chat. And this will be a way for us to populate our brainstorming ideas. So I want us to first think about what you hear when you think of the word literacy, or what you think of when you hear literacy. If that link does not work for you, go ahead and drop some ideas in the chat and we'll talk about it. We're just going to look at what some of the bigger ideas that we come up with, okay? So I'll leave this up for a minute and then I'll go and I'll look at what our Think Cloud is. It'll give you an option to submit up to 3 words. It'll look kind of dark on the right side of your screen and you'll submit your 3 words over there. Okay, so I'll give us a second. As we go through, we'll see what kind of ideas are popping up. So far we have read, we have book, we have reading, intelligence. I'm going to give just a minute or so longer for this for us to look at that. If you weren't able to get the link off of the slide, it is in the chat. All right. We're going to keep going, but we'll come back to this and we'll take a look, and that link will be live for you. So as we go through, if you want to refer back to it or kind of think what our thinking is as we go through, you are welcome to. We'll do another online program similar to this later on. These are all resources that you can use in your own classroom as a great way to connect to your students. So what is literacy? When we think about literacy, we often think about the subset of skills that are reading, writing, listening, and speaking. And some definitions will also include viewing and performing as a part of that. But as the years have gone on, we've really expanded the idea of literacy to cover really a lot of things that include making meaning and building knowledge. So these might be digital literacy, especially now in such a digital world where we use Zoom all the time, media literacy, understanding how you can decipher what you see on the media, visual literacy, health literacy, cultural literacy, physical literacy, civic literacy, scientific literacy and numeracy, so literacy of numbers. But for today, we're going to focus on these 4 basic areas: reading, writing, listening, and speaking. That way we can really focus our attention on making effective practices for students and laying the foundations as students grow. But as we saw, there's so many different ways that we can define literacy. And so asking somebody to tell you what literacy is really a very deceptively challenging idea. It's really complex. So you could talk about it as literacy in the classroom or the huge range of skills that we just talked about. But we do know that literacy is an important foundational skill for lifelong learning and achievement. And according to the United Nations Educational, Scientific, and Cultural Organization, also known as UNESCO, literacy helps in 4 really big areas. The first is sustaining development, the next is empowering, the next is reducing poverty, and the 4th is improving the health of children and families. So really important things for growth and for individuals to have on their skill set. And we're going to look at some numbers from that same UNESCO site. So as of now, 763 million adults lack basic literacy skills. So that's quite a huge chunk. 87% of the world's population above 15 years old knows how to read and write. 250 million children have not acquired basic literacy skills. And according to the UN Department of Economic and Social Affairs, based off of their sustainability goals, or their sustainable development goals, by 2030, 300 million students will lack basic literacy and numeracy skill. So that's why it's such an important thing that we're talking about it now, so that we can help our students grow and we can help change some of these numbers to be a little bit more impactful and start to positively change. So overall, what is literacy? We can kind of sum it up with two central big overarching skills that have been talked about, both in this Munger text that is cited at the bottom, also in the UN website. But it's a lifelong skill and it's a fundamental right. So it goes beyond the idea of reading, writing, speaking, and listening. It's a skill that students are going to take with them for the rest of their lives. They will use it in every content area that they learn in, right? They'll use it in social studies, in science, in math, in daily life. And as educators, at least here, we always say that we want to create lifelong learners with our students. We want to help students really get an interest in learning. So in order to do that, we need to set them up with skills they need to succeed. And being as a fundamental right, as we saw, it's such a key skill for everyday life and independence, and it helps with sustaining development and empowering individuals and reducing poverty and really giving people the skills that they need to access healthcare and access, ways to improve. So, as I said, our main focus is thinking about how literacy develops. So we're going to look at some of the theories behind literacy development and some of the big ideas, especially in an alphabetic system. So we'll think about three different distinct ideas. We're going to look at the stages of reading, writing, and writing. So we'll look at how students go from scribbles to full sentences, how they go from not being able to identify letters and sounds to being able to put it all together. We'll talk about the simple view of reading. How do students become automatic in their word recognition and strategic in their learning? And the zone of proximal development. That's one of those big overarching skills and overarching ideas that we talk a lot about in education, is Vygotsky's zone of proximal development. And then we'll also touch a little bit on progress monitoring. So Dr. Lene Airy has conceptualized reading development into 4 stages. And these are, once again, really based off of an alphabetic system. So we think about English, we think about Spanish, anything that uses an alphabetic system. And they include the pre-alphabetic stage, the early alphabetic stage, later alphabetic stage, and consolidated alphabetic stage. Before we start to dive into what these stages look like, it's really important that we remember that students are not always going to fall into one of these categories. They might be in between stages, they might develop slower or earlier than their peers, so really just letting them grow the way that they need to. And a lot of research has shown us that students, although they follow this path overall towards lifelong learning, it might look different for each student. So in this first pre-alphabetic stage, this is where we typically see our students who are 4 and younger. And this stage, they don't really understand how written words and letters connect. We call that the alphabetic principle, being able to connect those two concepts. They don't really have a strategy for reading other than just memorizing. So if you've seen a 4-year-old read an entire book by themselves, chances are they've probably heard that story be read aloud by their parents, 30 or 40 times, and now they just know the pattern. And so they're just using some randomly strung together letters. They're not really sure of what they're doing, but that's okay. Then around 5 to 5.5, so in the US, that's around kindergarten age, they start to understand that connection between letters and sounds. At this stage, the students still have a limited ability in phonemic awareness and in phonics, but they're starting to use inventive spelling, and that's when they're starting to listen to sounds and try to make meaning of that. Oftentimes in this stage, students will use the first sound that they hear in a word to try to decode the rest of the word. So if the word is maybe car, they'll see the C and they'll try to sound it out as being cat. Or they'll see down and they'll see the D and they will decode it as dog. So they're really doing a lot of guessing, but they're trying to use their knowledge of sounds. This next stage is the later alphabetic phase. Here children start to have a better control over phonics and phonemic awareness. They can identify most, if not all, sounds in a word. They can segment words into phonemes, so the individual sounds, and they can spell phonetically, so they can listen, they know the rules, they were able to apply that. In the final stage, the consolidated phase of word reading, students are set up for success in their lifelong learning. This is where they're really putting everything together, and these usually develop between 4 to 6 years old. So in the US, that usually goes to about the end of kindergarten, early first grade. So without this strong foundation, reading tasks become more challenging. We've seen quite a few studies that show us that by the end of second grade in the US, so when students are about 7 to 8 years old, they start to determine if they're going to be a good student or if they're not good at learning. And that is a lot of that is based off of their reading ability. So pretty early on, students determine, oh, I'm not as good as my peers in reading, or oh, I'm really good at reading. And we want to make sure that our students at any time are really confident in their skills and are receiving the support they need. So why is this helpful for us to know? You know, it's a really great theory, but why do we need to know it? As educators, like I said, these aren't here to tell us where our students have to be at a different age, but it gives us some guidance and reference for where they should be. It allows me to start filling in gaps and helping the students work towards intervention for students who need them. If I have a student who's in second grade, who's 8 years old and still at the early alphabetic phase, then I know that there might be something that needs to be assessed, and I might need to do some intervention with that student. I can look at their base, I can look at their phonemic awareness and whatnot. And I'm going to give you a quick example. So during my 5th year of teaching, I had a student who joined our school community, and that student was struggling with sound letter correspondence, and their writing reflected that. So they knew all their letter names, just not the sounds. So this student came to first grade in this early alphabetic phase where we see at 5.5 years old. But with the help of others on campus, we were able to create a plan for this student that focused on phonemic awareness and strengthening those skills. And now this student is really thriving in the grade that they are. It didn't all get fixed over 1 year, but we started to build that foundation for that student. So the next thing I want to talk about is another theory, and this is called the simple view of reading, and it's by Go and Turner. They came up with it in 1986 based off of the research that they did on student reading. And what this is this is a model of reading that aims to clarify the process of reading. So they propose that reading is really a product of word recognition, which is also known as decoding, so how students sound out words, and comprehension. And it can be represented by this equation. So word recognition times comprehension equals reading comprehension. One of the most important things to recognize is that because it's multiplication, students cannot have reading comprehension if one of these sides is missing. So if they aren't able to decode, then they won't be able to comprehend. If they don't have language comprehension, so that's how the language works, the syntax, the semantics, and all of that, they still won't have reading comprehension because they won't have a way to make their meaning. So as students are becoming proficient, their decoding skills, their word recognition becomes more automatic, so they're not spending that cognitive energy trying to identify each word, and their language skills are strategic, so they're able to use their strategies to find out the meaning of what they're reading. And like I said, students can't have reading comprehension if one of these sides is lacking, especially if their word recognition side is lacking. That's where we want to start our instruction. That's where we want to focus our energy. And then we'll continue to use language comprehension and read aloud. We'll show them how we use our language. Okay. So I know we're going kind of quick through this, but our next kind of topic of theories is Vygotsky's zone of proximal development. You might be familiar with this. It's a pretty big theory developed in 1978. Vygotsky introduced 3 levels of tasks, and these 3 zones can help educators differentiate tasks to meet the needs of all their students. So we have our independent level, we have our instructional level, and we have our frustrational level. In the middle of this is the independent level, and so this is where students can complete tasks independently without help. These are relatively easy for students to complete. They can read more than 95% of the words in a text independently. They don't need a lot of help. Not a lot of growth is happening here because they have those skills already. Then we have our instructional level. Students can complete tasks with help, and the tasks are challenging, but they're manageable, and that's the important part. It's hard for the students, but they're able to achieve the skills at this level with some help. So at this level, students can read about 95% of the text. So that's still a pretty high amount, but without that other 5%, they need some guidance. And the outer layer is the frustrational level. Students have a really hard time completing tasks even with help, and we say they can't complete them yet. And the reason we say yet is because as students grow and as we give them help, we want their frustrational level to become their instructional and their instructional to become their independent. So we always want this zone or this target to be moving so that we are helping our students grow. So one of the most important things we do as educators and as our students grow in their literacy and as we watch them is that we're continuously progress monitoring to make sure that the students are making the growth that we need to see. So we're assessing our students every day, as you already know. We're using small group time, one-on-one time, and even more strategies to help us make sure if students are making progress towards their goals or if they need additional instruction. These foundational years are really important for that progress monitoring so that we can make sure our students are making adequate growth. Additionally, the earlier we start an intervention, the better. I know we want to see our students grow and we want to see them work towards their goals on their own, but if we notice that a student is struggling in the early years, we want to make sure that we're providing that support and intervention support right away, because it's a lot easier for students to catch up when the skills are less complicated. By the time students are in the upper years of elementary, they are using their reading skills to really understand new concepts. So if they're still struggling on decoding or phonemic awareness at that point, then it's really going to be hard for them to catch up. So this is all good information, but how can we use literacy to help support language acquisition, and how can we create an environment for literacy? We have about 2 slides for this, and then we'll go on to creating an environment. So again, a couple approaches to language support for second language acquisition. The first is by Jim Cummins, and he introduced a common underlying proficiency model on how languages are connected. And he uses an iceberg as a model that are separated on the surface, but underneath the water are connected. So on the surface, 2 language systems, say it's English and Spanish or English and Japanese, they're separate systems on the surface. However, beneath the surface, they're using a similar processing system, and students are able to use the skills that they learned in their first language in literacy to support their second language. Ofelia Garcia uses the term translanguaging to talk about a similar concept, but a little bit different on how she views these systems. She also sees it as an internal and connected system, but rather than being separate even at the top, she explains in her theory that there's a single internal linguistic repertoire for bilingual and multilingual students to use to pull from effectively. So they choose different skills from their language or different features from their language in the moment to effectively communicate. Her model shows that rather than an iceberg, it's like an ocean. So it's so continuous that it's hard to tell where the beach starts and where the ocean begins. It's all one flow. So as we know, biliteracy, similar to literacy, is the ability to read and write in 2 languages, the ability to communicate using reading, writing, speaking, and listening in 2 languages. So again, similar to literacy, biliteracy can also include cultural literacies and other skills that are associated with making meaning and being a part of a community. Biliteracy has been increasingly sought after as a skill for employment, for education, and for being a part of a global society. So I'm going to have us try to use one more technology resource, and I'm putting this link in the chat as well. It's a little bit longer, a little harder, but this is called Padlet, and this is another place for us to give our thoughts, and I would really like to see a couple people try to put in some ideas. It's all anonymous, and we can kind of start to look at what our thoughts are. So the question that I want you to react to, or I want you to engage with, is what are some ways that you could create an environment for literacy? Okay, so I want us to take a couple minutes to brainstorm some ideas, and I want you to share one or two of your ideas that comes to mind when you hear environment for literacy. When you open up the link, you will see a yellow plus sign in the right-hand corner of the page. You will click that. It will open a text box. Once you're done writing, click publish so it can go on our board. It's a great way for students to share their thoughts. You can hide the author like we are for this one. You can have students like or comment or react to their peers. So go ahead and try that. I put the link in the chat. Like the other one, I will go to the next page so we can see some of our thoughts. If you are unable to access this, you are welcome to also just put your ideas in the chat. So have some discipline, good. Read aloud and modeling, I love that. Peace, great idea. About just a couple more seconds, see if anyone has any last ideas. We've got 3 wonderful ideas up here. Is the plan? Okay. Make it a habit. It's a great idea. Comfortable room. Right, you guys have amazing ideas. Oh, fun reading outdoor. It's always fun to bring it outside. I don't know if it'll let me go down further. A fun environment. So we have so many great ideas. So let's go ahead and keep going. Oh, I guess it opened up to that. Give me 1 second. Okay. Okay, perfect. Okay, so we're going to talk about this building an environment for literacy and biliteracy. So similar to a lot of your ideas, I have similar thoughts. So the first thing that I have on here is that incorporating read aloud lessons daily and connecting those ideas to the content area is such a great way to encourage literacy. You're showing literacy, you can use fiction or nonfiction or poetry. It really shows the students your comprehension. It shows them new skills and new vocabulary. And related to that is modeling fluent reading. So as you do read aloud, you're able to model that fluent reading and showing your students what proficient reading looks like. So showing what it looks to be a fluent reader, asking yourself questions out loud, and showing them strategies. The next one is using environmental print and labels around the classroom. This is probably one of the quickest ones that you can do, and one that you can have year after year in your room. So you can have environmental print, so that would be like using an alphabet in your classroom that has, for example, the letter A associated with the Amazon logo, or any other big store or something that's really familiar to your students. You could use the P for Play-Doh. You can also label your doors, windows, sinks, so that students start to associate those words with the objects. You can encourage students to use language together, so encourage them to use their home language or another language, or just really have them experiment with language together, especially using play. And play is something that we sort of really confine to our younger students, but play is such a good tool for students at any age to really have some unstructured time where they can build their skills working together. Then allowing for some silent reading time and allowing students to select their books. And we'll talk about this more later, but I know as educators, we really want to be in control of everything that happens in our classroom, but allowing for students to select books and select books based off of their interest and not just their reading level is a great way to encourage them to be connected to their text. So like I said, building an environment for literacy includes having a print-rich environment. So that means read alouds. This gives students exposures to new texts, allow you to use new reading strategies like think alouds, teach vocabulary, demonstrate what it looks like to be fluent readers. It's also the time for our youngest of students where they can learn about the concepts of print. So what does it look like? What does a book look like? What's the front of the book, the back of the book? They also allow students to collaborate together to make meaning of a text, which is so important for them to be able to do. The next is environmental print. So like I said, this is a great way for them to use their prior knowledge to connect it to their learning. So a student might have seen a stop sign before and they might see the S and be able to connect that letter together. Using labels both on materials in the classroom like desks and windows and doors will allow the students to start to really connect the words to what the object is, and also will help students become more independent in your classroom. Word walls are a great way for students at any age to really be able to explore with words that are important. So including sight words, content words, common words, and student names on the word wall allows students to be more independent in checking the spelling of words. They should be in a place that is accessible and visible for students. Many classrooms will even put these lower for the students so that they can go grab a word, use it, and put it back. You can also use anchor charts. Anchor charts help us record student thinking. It can help us show them different processes like the writing process or reading process or other concepts that we want them to know. This anchor chart was worked on with 4-year-olds, and it was us trying to identify colors, our favorite colors, and then associate colors with the color words. It was a way for the students to use throughout the year so that they could always refer to this big map that they made. Name tags are also another way to really encourage literacy in the classroom. This is a name tag that I used for many years. You can see it helps with that numeracy idea. So it has a number line, their left and right hands. It also has a place for their name. It's sometimes surprising how many students are not yet confident with spelling like their last name in the US, and so having it there for them is really great. And a small alphabet that is similar to what I was talking about when we talked about concepts of print. A couple other things that we can talk about are literacy centers. And literacy centers, a lot of times teachers, at least in the US, will use a read to self, read to other, listen to reading, work on writing, and a creative center to really encourage literacy use. So at read to self, students are able to pick a book and look at the text and respond to some questions. At a writing center, the students are working on the writing process, usually with another adult there to help them guide. Listening to reading, again, is a great way for them to hear modeled reading. And a creative time allows students to use language in an unstructured way, which for our younger students is really important as they get more comfortable with problem solving, which leads us to here. As you work with your students, allowing the students to use their words and their language and their literacy knowledge to solve problems on their own with you as guidance will help to build that environment for literacy. And again, unstructured time, I know it is uncomfortable to let the students have unstructured time, but it's so important for their literacy development as they're exploring with words on the playground or in class or at maybe a Friday fun time. Again, allowing for student reading time and student choice. So this is a classroom library that I would have up in my classroom, and students were free to access these areas at any time. They could go pick a book anytime we were doing silent reading, and it didn't have to be a book that I chose for them, but they could look by their interests. Each bin was labeled by the topic, and they knew where to go, and they were very independent in that, and that allowed them to really look at their interests. I had one student who would only look at desert coyote books, but we had quite a few of them, and so it really encouraged him to read. His parent was very excited that his student was finally engaging in reading because he had that choice. We want to use the students' funds of knowledge as well. And the funds of knowledge is any information that a student brings into the classroom from their own life. So their cultural knowledge, their family knowledge, their heritage knowledge. Connecting this as a way to connect to their literacy will help the students build a stronger base in their literacy because they are feeling like they already know and understand what is expected of them. And I think one of the most important things that we can do as educators is to use words that are encouraging for our students. We know that if we come to our students and we're not encouraging them, then they become more shut off. They might not be as inclined to participate. And so I'm going to show you a couple of word phrases inspired by this book, Choice Words by Dr. Johnson. And he has a lot of really great ideas of how we can use words to encourage our students to read and to write. So as they're going, we can use sentences like, what do you think? What if? How else can you do this? What else do you notice? What do you notice? And what sounds do you hear? So as we use encouraging words, we want to make sure that our students are comfortable in our classroom and we're really engaging them and making sure that they are feeling confident in their learning. So as we know, these skills build foundational literacy skills. We're making a classroom that is built for practicing and developing language, and building this environment for literacy also builds an environment for language, for risk-taking, and for learning. So as we're doing this, we're really helping our students grow in multiple areas. The last couple slides, we're just going to go real quick through some resources. This is on the PDF, so if you have access to that, you're welcome to look at them. New York University has a great bilingual glossary. It covers 10 languages, and those are the 10 most common in New York. But they have bilingual dictionaries that you can download and print. They have these dictionaries for all different content areas, and they're great to send home, especially if you have a family whose parents don't necessarily speak the same language or need some extra help. It's a great way to engage the families. Storyline Online by the SAG-AFTRA Foundation has videos of actors reading children's books aloud with illustration, and it's another great way to show fluent reading. ABCA is a great online resource with games for students from pre-K all the way to middle school. It's user-friendly. The search is based off of Common Core standards, but they tell you exactly what the games are targeting. Padlet, like we saw today, you can ask students, have students reflect. It can be anonymous. Menti is the last one. And you can make, like we saw today, you can make word clouds, polls, quizzes to gain an understanding of what your students know and have them engage with their peers in a different, engaging way. So we'll wrap it up. We went over 5 topics, so we went kind of quick through those topics, but we talked about what is literacy. We really gave ourselves a foundation of what it is, what the UN says about literacy. We talked about how it develops. We talked about using it to support second language acquisition. We talked very briefly about what biliteracy is, and then we talked about building an environment for literacy and biliteracy. So I want to thank you again for giving me your time today. Are there any questions that are related to the material I have presented?
Okay, thank you, Audrey, for your insightful presentations. And please, anyone, give her a big round of applause. Okay, thank you. And now for the next 15 minutes or so, let us head into the question and answer sessions with Audrey. I would like to invite the participants and all audiences who maybe already have something in mind to ask Audrey. Okay, you may write your questions in the chat box. Anyone? Any questions? Okay, there's someone who's asking questions about your topic, Audrey. Let me read the questions. Wait a minute. All right, nowadays we can learn language with ease with the use of technology and various AI. However, there is always a risk of language poisoning. And in Indonesia, although we have Bahasa Indonesia as lingua franca and national language, but our mother tongue might have slightly different one to another since we have different local languages in each provinces. We have Japanese, Mandarin, Balinese, and many others. For instance, a colleague of mine has a son who have difficulties in using his mother tongue due to overexposure to various languages, Bahasa, English, and Japanese language. However, due to the durations of the exposure to English is slightly low in number compared to other 2 languages, he has difficulty in using Bahasa and Japanese languages, and sometimes he mixed the answers by using 3 languages. So based on your own experiences, how's the solution in the term of literacy for second language acquisitions, especially for young learners? Okay, thank you, Andre.
Yeah, we see that here too. We talk about that a lot when we talk about code switching, when students hear a question in one language and they use the language that they are most familiar with that topic to answer. I think one of the most important things when it comes to that is just really engaging students and really helping them build a solid foundation in their first language and in the academic language that they're using, but allowing students to make sense of what they need to know in multiple languages, especially if, like you were saying, if it's a student who knows 3 languages, which is incredible, really allowing them to have processing time, right? We oftentimes, especially educators, we do this a lot where we want an answer right away from our students. We want them to be quick, but we have to give them processing time and allow them to listen to the question, think about their answer, and then respond. And if they are using code switching, it's not a bad thing. It's not something that should be advised against because it's really their brains making sense of their learning and of their language. So I'm not sure if that answers the question all the way, but just really giving them extra time and giving them the support. If you're concerned about them being confused with different languages, you can repeat back their response and have them repeat it back to you. Having a lot of modeling with what you expect of them is a great way to encourage that.
Okay, thank you, Audrey, for the wonderful responses. All right, I have another question actually in chat box. I want to read from my colleague, Ibu Erlina Bidasari. How to build self-confidence for reading aloud. Some students usually feel shy or reluctant to do it as it might put them in spotlight where they want to be seen as perfect readers. Okay, thank you.
That's a great question. A lot of students are very shy, especially when you get to the older students, right? When they start to kind of dive into that egocentric time of development where they're really worried about what others think about them and how they can impress others. I think a lot of this comes from building a relationship in your classroom with your students, building a class community. For some of your students who are more shy, it might be helpful for them to do small group reading before they do whole group reading. You might ask for volunteers because there's a lot of benefit for students to be able to listen to their peers reading or having them read with a partner one-on-one. So just giving them a lot of resources and giving them a lot of time to grow as a reader. When you're with the younger kids, one thing that I like to do is we all sit in a circle and we just take turns reading, and I kind of have an idea of where my students' reading ability is, and so I give them sections to read that I know that they can be confident in, and I will help them through it. If they get stuck, we'll work together. But again, a lot of this comes to building that classroom environment and building an environment of support and really knowing your students and starting small. So if you have a really shy student, start with one-on-one with you, go to whole group, or one-on-one, small group, and then whole group, and then they might be able to build that confidence.
Okay, thank you, Audrey. I hope that answered your question, Ibu Erlina. Thank you. Okay, do you have any other questions? Anyone? Okay, there is someone who texted me. All right, wait a minute. Could you give a little bit more detailed explanations about practical ways in developing literacy? And the second one is, do you have an example of best practices in literacy development in the context of language acquisitions?
Yeah, so for that first question, some practical strategies is just really focusing on the foundations. And I know I've said foundations so many times today, but really focusing on those beginning pieces of meaning making and building language together. So if you're looking at an alphabetic system, a lot of times we talk about phonics and phonemic awareness and just making sure that you're spending time every day working on those skills so that our students can grow in them. And it doesn't mean you have to spend an hour and a half on those skills because we know they're mundane, we know that they're not the most exciting, but building those into your lessons as a way to build that foundation. And I'm not sure, can you repeat the second question?
Okay, the second one is, do you have an example of best practices in literacy development in the context of language acquisition?
Yeah, I've been lucky enough to observe a couple English language development teachers during my time, and I was assigned as a structured English immersion teacher. So I've done a lot of work with our language development and second language acquisition. And similar to first language, again, you want to teach those foundational skills, but you also want to make connections between languages. So some of the most successful second language acquisition teachers I've seen have done a great job at saying, oh, you know this concept in Spanish, here's how we say it in Spanish and here's how we say it in English. Or saying, here's a text in your home language here or your first language, and here's a text in our second language. Let's look at the two and we'll look at them side by side. So really giving them resources in both languages to grow in their skills.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you, Audrey. And we have another question actually from Ali Minadiwaloyo. Which one is the most doable action among those 5 points mentioned earlier to build an environment for engaging literacy in class?
I'm going to jump back to that slide so we can see it. I think the most doable action is incorporating read aloud lessons daily. That's something that's really big here in the United States. We'll incorporate read aloud lessons regardless of the content area, but by doing that, you're really hitting most of these other concepts, right? You're modeling fluent reading. You're showing them familiar words and texts and associating with familiar pictures. You're engaging them by using language and by communicating with others. And if they so choose, they can choose that book for silent reading later and use what they've learned. So the first thing that you can always do is incorporate those read aloud lessons. It doesn't have to be multiple times a day at first, but start with your reading lesson or start with a science lesson with a great text that connects.
Okay, that's terrific. Thank you, Audrey. Do you have any other questions? Anyone? Maybe from the chat box. Okay, participants, you feel free to raise any questions. Anyone? All right, I think that's all, Audrey. Thank you for the delightful Q&A sessions. Now we'd like to give our best appreciations to Audrey with this a certificate as keynote speaker in this conference.
With your reading lesson or start with a science lesson with a great
There you
text
go,
that
Audrey.
connects.
Thank you for your corporations. That's terrific. Thank you, Audrey. Do you have
Thank
any
you so
other
much. I
questions?
really
Anyone?
appreciate your time and
Maybe from
the invitation to be here
chat
today.
box.
Thank you so much.
Okay, participants, thank you
Feel free
once
to
again, Audrey, for
raise any
corporations.
questions.
Best of luck in the upcoming future, because it is already very late in the States, I bet, and you are very welcome to leave this conference. Thank you and good night. Okay. Okay, thank you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to introduce our second distinguished keynote speaker who already been with us since the beginning of this conference, Associate Professor Dr. Saifon Song Sing Chai. She has been serving his tenure at Rajamangala University Technology, Krung Thep University, Thailand. She teaches primarily in Bachelor of Education in English program and Master of Education in Teaching English as an International Language. Her field of expertise lies on teacher training and professional development, teaching English, coaching and mentoring, and digital technology as well. She obtained her bachelor degree in English in Ramkhamhaeng University, Bangkok. Next, she earned her master degree majoring in teaching English as a foreign language from Srinagarvirot University, Bangkok, and she completed her doctoral program in University of Burapa, Chonburi, Thailand. She achieved various awards as well as including the Best Teacher Award in 2020 and Support Harmony, Unity, Stability Opportunities to BSRU in 2018. And she has published numerous research articles spanning from various international index journals, proceedings, and books. Now, everyone, let's us moving on to another remarkable keynote speaker who already been with us, Dr. Saifon. Dr. Saifon, the screen is yours. Thank you. Okay, please wait for a while.
giving presentation, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Saifun Song Sieng Chai. I'm a lecturer in
สวัสดีค่ะ
I'm greeting from Thailand. Before I start, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Saifun Song Sieng Chai. I'm a lecturer in Rajamankara University of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand. And the other status is Head of English Center and Soft Skill. For sharing today, I would like to talk about the background or the topic that I want to share with you today.
สวัสดี
My
ค่ะ
topic is Saifun guidelines for professional development of pre-service My name is and the issue that very important nowadays is I'm a lecturer in Rajamankara University of Technology, Bangkok. This is the topic of today. Public and sharing with you. Because sharing today, I would like to talk about the background or the topic that I want to share with you today and in Thailand. My topic because I read English Saifun guidelines for professional and the issue that very important nowadays is I'm a lecturer in Rajamankara University of
Sawadika.
I'm greeting from Thailand. Before I start giving presentation, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Assistant Professor Dr. Saifun Song Sieng Chai. I'm a lecturer in Rajamankara University of Technology, Bangkok, Thailand. And the other status is Head of English Center and Soft Skill. For sharing today, I would like to talk about the background or the topic that I want to share with you today. My topic is Saifun guidelines for professional development for pre-service teacher. And the issue that very important nowadays is SDG, Sustainable Development Goals. This is the topic of today. Why I select this topic to sharing with you? Because I made a research from this guideline 3 times publishing in the international journal and in Thailand. Because I'm an English teacher, I teach pre-service teacher like using coaching and mentoring approach to help students to improve their professional development when they have to teach in the real situation in many schools in Bangkok, Thailand. The second one, I want you to see how many topics, how many publisher that I publish. I publish since 2023. I asked about the perspective of pre-service teacher through synchronous learning according to coaching and mentoring Saifun guideline. This is the last publishing that I published in the IRIX database. Why I do these topics and sharing to you today. For the first time, I give the ideas how to set the guideline and suit for the student for professional development. That's why I have an inspiration by using my name and set my names as a guideline. First of all, I set the ideas like academics, and then I publish in Thailand. Before publishing, how I use this guideline, I find many experts to confirm my guideline. They give you some suggestion and I modify according to that suggestion. My research is research and development. That's why in the first circle, I ask the expert to confirm that this guideline is suit for using with the pre-service teacher. What is SAIFON SIFON guidelines? It is a guideline for using to improve the teaching method of the student. Because I made 3 papers, you see my references to find the expert and to use the research methodology to study and get the result from my guidelines. Why and what is I have to use SIFON guideline? Teaching practicum in Thailand is crucial for professional education across of all fields. Pre-service teacher is very important because there will be an important teacher in the near future. That's why pre-service teacher require and training and method of develop essential teaching skills, ensuring the quality of their professional experience. Addressing this issue is very urgent and it is impact the overall quality of education and student learning outcome. This is the goal that I set for setting the SIFON guideline. You can see this is my guideline and I write this paper and publish in 2022. The topic of my research is the development of the teaching English in 21st century by using coaching and mentoring. And actually, I use my name to be a guideline for improve my pre-service teacher. The question that I want to ask yourself and ask the other audience, why is SAIFON guidelines important? Because I implement the coaching and mentoring by using my name to be a guideline. It consists of 6 steps like S, from surveying teachers' need. Because I use the questionnaire to get the data and ask their needs and try to set everything from the students' needs. For the letter A's, when I get the knowledge that they need to improve in which field, I associating with a plan based on the survey results. And then I use the letter I to instructing teaching strategies. So I use F. F mean feedback because I will set the training course for professional development. And then when they demonstrate their teaching according to the plan based on the survey needs and give them demonstrate. And after that, I and their peers will give the feedback on teaching demonstrations. After that, when they finish my training course, they will go to the school context by teaching in the real school for the secondary and intermediate level or in the middle school. After that, I observe that teaching and give them some ideas and help them to improve their teaching according to the content that they need to improve. Finally, I use the letter N's to be notifying problems and solution. When they meet the problem in the school, we will talk and sit together. I will not judge them. It is right or wrong, and will not force. I will not force them to do according to my suggestion, but I will ask them. You have to reflect yourself and give me how to improve your teaching style according to the knowledge that you gain from the training program. That's why I use letter N to be notifying problems and solutions with my students. I use this research for 3 times that I tell you before. This approach can enhance the pre-service teachers in English teaching skills, and they can improve their professional development according to their needs. For the next slide, I use the question asked to the audience. How does it affect the teacher's professional development? How? Because before I using this guideline, I try to provide the effective methods for supporting pre-service teacher in the skills of development. Coaching and mentoring, that is the method how to guide them, how to input the knowledge and how to give the feedback. And finally, that's why I said I know it is adaptability or feasibility or not by using the experts. For this case, I find out 5 experts in the educational field and expertise in coaching and mentoring, how to supervise the pre-service teacher to confirm the siphon guideline. I use the tools by evaluation form and interview the expert. That's why my guideline can use or not. In Thailand, I call it is research and development. That's I always develop them. This is the 3 rounds of my development this paper. Now, I come to the first S. Why? I use this technique to share with you, because you can use my guideline to serve the need of your pre-service teacher, because the topic is development, professional development. As in Thailand, professional development we can use with in-service teacher and pre-service teacher. I use the first S, survey the teacher needs. Why we have to survey the teacher needs? Because if we can respond their needs, I think it will be effect to their teaching, because it comes from their needs, the real needs that they want to improve. How I know what are their needs? I use the questionnaire to be a tool, a questionnaire, a survey to ask their needs. And when I know their needs, I use the plan. I make a plan. A plan means I set the training program according to their needs. And then nowadays we can't deny that SDG is very important. SDG is not a duty only someone in our country, but all of the citizens of the people around the world. We have to make a world is more beautiful and respect for each other. That's why I try to use my student to teach my students that there will be a teacher in the near future to aware how to save the earth, how to make all stay with the earth happily with each other, not only in my country or your country, but for the people all around the world. That's why, and after that, I use the I to instructing teaching strategies that come from the needs according to active learning, because active learning affect their teaching and studying. Don't let the student learn by using only passive, but now we change our teaching style to let the student collaborative in our teaching. They have to learn by doing and participate in every content and every activities. For when I set a plan of a professional training for 2 days. Why I said 2 days? It comes from their need, because pre-service teacher in Thailand have only Saturday and Sunday. Normally, in a weekday, Monday to Friday, they have to study internship. They practice teaching in the school, and they have only 2 days off, Saturday and Sunday. That's why I set this program according to their need. I use active learning. I set the contents of SDG and contents of why should the teacher raise the awareness of SDG. How does the teacher implement the contents of SDGs in the classroom, and set the activity for active learning. Finally, I demonstrate how to teach by using active learning activity. For the activities, I design by using something in the internet or some online games or online activity. Nowadays, if we don't use online activity, we will out of date. That's why I try to mix inside and on-site learning. Sometimes we use the activity in the classroom. Sometimes we use the blended learning. Let them learn from their homes and then come to the class for make activity together or discuss with the teacher and their colleagues in the classroom. It is a blended learning. Sometimes I use hybrid to set the situation in learning. Try to separate the student. Don't use all of the students and put them in the classroom. I try to space them out. Even I use the real synchronous learning in the classroom, but some students who are outside the classroom, they can learn with us in the same time and the same topic. I would like to give more example when why I set some activity, and it is the active learning. Give you the sample. This is the activity, how they go to the goal of 17 sustainable development goals together. I let them do activity in the group, maybe 3 or 4. Use a dice, then they can throw the dice in each group and walk step by step according to the number that they get, and which group go to the goals are the winners. This is one activity from learning by using active learning. The students have participated. They have a participation with their colleagues in activity. This is one type of my activity. The second one, this is one of activity 2. I let them learn by discussion. We call classroom discussion. I let them make the poster or brochure for less awareness, how we set the goal. First of all, before let them know the contents of SDG, I let them see the video. What is the meaning of SDG? What is the importance of SDGs? To give them the knowledge and then apply for the activity. If they know how important is SDG, they can use some brochure or poster to spread their knowledge to the other students, to the other classmates, or maybe they can make a palette to help everyone have awareness in the school. For the one activity, another activity is use a game. They can learn from playing some games and activities together. They can make a dice by their own for making some games like I present before. 2 or 3 games that I present mostly use with the dice. This is one kind of activity. Let them know and have the awareness and give them the quiz to assess their knowledge. They understand or not, they can help each other to answer the question, to assess the knowledge from the content until activity. And finally, we want to assess the knowledge by let them do a quiz. This is a sample how I made a quiz for the students. This is the way of teaching in the training course, and after that, I let them select activity that they prefer and give them demonstrate how to teach SDG in the course. For making quality of teaching, I will give a feedback and let their peers in the classroom to give the feedback as well. That's why the feedback, not only from the teacher or the coach, but from the students as well. We use 2 methods to mix together. This is a 2-day course for professional development training for SDG. After that, when they go to the school, I will observe their teaching. They're using SDG to teach in the school and let the study know what is the meaning of SDG. According from my teaching, they gain the knowledge and they practice teaching in the training program for 2 days already. That's why when they go to their school context, I observe. When I observe there, the instrument to observe them, I use the field note to record their teaching performance according to the SDGs. This is the way to let the students, maybe primary or secondary students, will learn what is the importance of SDG from the pre-service teacher by using all English, because we are English teacher. And I use a field note to record. They have a good performance, or they have to improve something in the case of training program. Finally, we talk together about the problems or the solution that they want to talk. I will let my pre-service assess themselves, they reflect themselves, and after that I give some suggestion or some guideline and ask them how to they improve themselves perfectly. This is the way of SAIFON guidelines. For my research result that I talked to you at the very beginning, the survey, I use the first S, the survey. The survey the teacher needs, the result, the survey of pre-service teacher needs using the questionnaire, and finding that coaching and mentoring were variable for skill development. This information guide the systematic creation and implementations of a coaching schedule, tailor the identified needs of the pre-service teacher. This is the result that I use as the first S of survey the teacher, and the effect of this is it is in the high level because we can serve their need effectively. For number 2, A, associating with a plan. Why the plan, professional plan can affect their need because it comes from the real need that they want to improve. That's why I said I use hybrid. Sometimes if they don't have time to talk to me or to consult me, I try to use the online platform to let them learn and consult with them by using, in Thailand, we use a Microsoft Teams platform to facilitating improved English usage and teaching techniques acquisitions. For number 3, instructing teaching strategy. The researcher developed teaching strategy for English instructions aligned with coaching plans and pre-service teacher needs. That's why I try to call a professional training program. But in the X research, sometimes I use the word coaching plans. This strategy informed by scientific guidelines, research studies, emphasis on hand-on experiments, demonstrations, coaching and mentoring. When I give them feedback at school, I call myself as a mentor to give improvement and guideline and try to make a good relationship with them, to let them relax and trust me. They can tell me everything that they face some problems at school or with the student. When observe their teaching, when we observe and we give them the feedback or negotiate with each other, find some solution for them, they feel happily and they think that they are not alone in the school, but the teacher or mentor help them, guide them, and stay with them. That's why they have the encouragement to be a teacher in the near future. For letter N's, that's why I said I give the solutions and find some best solution when they face some problem. This is the way that I think it affects. I would like to let them try to use. Maybe it's not only scientific guideline. The in-service teacher who have the duty to take care of the pre-service teacher, maybe you can find a way how to improve the professional development in every field of the subject, every field of the knowledge, not for English teacher only. I think it is like a track. If you have an exactly track to walk, you and your pre-service teacher will go on the right track because it's come from the research. We experiment many times, and even we find some expert to confirm your guideline or your model can work well, and it is adaptable, suitable, and feasible to use with the pre-service teacher. It depends on the objective that you set for your research. This is one way of my study. I try to set something near myself. It's inspiration and encourage. It inspired me and encouraged me to study like a mini circle for improve my guideline. This is the third time to improve until I think it affect to my pre-service teacher. That's why I use this guideline. I think I will use it for the next paper for the fourth improvement in guideline. In when you know the student need, the content in the professional training, it can change. For my study, I change the second time I use for teaching English in 21st century. And for the last time, I use for asking perspective when they attend in the training program. I ask them when the pandemics of COVID-19 go to Thailand, and I use synchronous learning. That's why I said it's schizophrenic learning. That finally, when my pre-service teacher gain the knowledge how to use online platform, and then when they go to school, they use the online platform with their students, and I train them how to use a variety of online platform. And after that, I come to the guideline, start with S until end with the letter N, as I present and sharing you before. Last but not least, I think my guideline, because it is my name, can benefit for your career if you want to follow up, or you can set something that affect to your teaching and let the student have a shortcut or right track for walking in their career. And thank you for your listening. If you have some questions, I'm willing to answer you. And I think it can benefit for your career. Not much, but a few, I will be happy. Thank you very much.
Phone will not be able to answer your questions right away. Therefore, you may write down your questions in the chat box, and we will forward it to her, and we will get back to you later. All right, now we would like to give our warmest appreciations to Dr. Saifon with this e-certificate as keynote speaker in this conference. The e-certificate, please. Okay, there we go. Okay, thank you, Dr. Saifon, for your collaborations, and best of luck for the upcoming future, and see you next time. Okay, thank you. And anyone, ladies and gentlemen, we already bore witness to two remarkable keynote speakers. Next, let's us head into our follow-up session with two invited speakers who are already with us here today. For this session, each speaker will have at least 20 minutes to present their insight, followed by a Q&A session, at least 15 minutes for both of them. The first invited speaker will be our esteemed colleagues, Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyustianingrum, MED from English Language Education Department, Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, UMM, and the second one is Bapak Dr. Nur Widodo MKes from Biology Education, FTTE UMM. I would like to invite both of them onto the stage, please. Thank you. Yeah, you may step forward. Now already have our two esteemed invited speakers with us here today. But before we get into our presentation sessions from both of them, it is my pleasure to read the short biography of our esteemed invited speakers who will bring a wealth of knowledge, experiences, and expertise to the stage. The first invited speaker will be Ibu Rina Wahyustianingrum. She is a faculty member of English Language Education Department at Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang. And she also serves as a teaching English to young learners, or TEYL, a consultant as well as writer of books and articles in the same field. She experienced as a homeroom teacher of toddler and kindergarten classes at Satit Bilingual Schools of Rangsit University, Thailand, and she obtained her master education degree in bilingual education from Faculty of Education in Rangsit University, Thailand, and doctorate degree in English Education and Literature from Universitas Negeri Surabaya, Indonesia. Her interests includes linguistics, teaching English to young learners, or TEYL, and content and language integrated learning. All right, let us welcome the first invited speaker, Ibu Dr. Rina Wahyustianingrum, MED, for the next 20 minutes or so. Ibu Rina, the screen is yours. Thank you.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean of Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, with all the vice deans, and ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for giving me time for presenting my presentation today. And today I would like to present one of my concern in teaching English for young learners, and it is about multilingualism in Indonesian EYL classroom from various vantage points: translation, translanguaging, and transsemiotizing. The next slide, please. Right. When we are talking about multilingualism in Indonesian context, I believe that everyone now have been familiar with the context of multilingualism. As we know that we have more than 700 languages or local languages here in Indonesia, and it makes it possible for the teaching learning activities not only using Bahasa Indonesia as a national language and also as an official language, as a medium of instruction in a classroom. But there, in some classrooms, students may have the opportunity also to use their local language, and let's say it as a home language when we are talking about the English for young learners or primary level education. That is the reason why children come to school with different home languages. Let's say if they do not speak local languages, today children are speaking Bahasa Indonesia at home, but they are not using Bahasa Indonesia like formal Bahasa Indonesia when they are communicating with their parents and also with their peers, but they are using collocation or Jakartan collocation, or you can say it is a language Bahasa Indonesia used by people in Jakarta. Okay, and the student is now not using like bagaimana for asking how, but they're using the word gimana. And they can use what are you, they can also say what are you doing in English, and mengapa atau lagi apa, mereka akan they will say ngapain instead. So this one is one of the area of multilingualism, not only using their local languages, but also using that kind of language variation. The multilingual approach incorporates students' native languages and English as a target language into the learning process. We have known that policy of English, teaching English to young learners in Indonesia has been dynamically changed over the time. It was a local content, and then it was extracurricular subject, and later on in 2027-2028, English will be a compulsory subject for young learners in primary school level. The next slide, please. All right. One thing that to address or to acknowledge a multilingualism in teaching English to young learners, one terminology that we're using, or one approach that we're using, is translation. We cannot avoid translation when we are teaching English to young learners. As it is displayed now in a slide, you can see in the left-hand side, it is a translation of script for drama for students in primary school. Actually, at that time, they had to read and memorize some words in English. But after 3 rehearsals, they said that, oh, we cannot understand what we are saying, and we have to know what we are saying. Please provide us with translation. Now, over here, literal translation is working for this at this point. So the translation of the translation of the script in English then translated into Bahasa Indonesia. They say that after having its translation in Bahasa Indonesia, then we know how to express some expressions that we have to expose when we are playing drama. And the second one, this is one thing that I had learned from one class in primary level. When they were introduced to particular song, and the song is like a foreign song, and they never known the song before or previously, they couldn't get all the points, or they couldn't get all the words that appear in the lyrics, or that they listen from the lyric. But one day, when one Indonesian children's song was translated into English, and then the teacher started by saying, today we're going to sing a song. And this song is the song that you have known. And it goes like this. Gecko, gecko on the wall, quietly it crawls on the wall. Then the student didn't follow the English one, but they say like, cicak cicak di dinding, and they are singing along the song, but it is in Bahasa Indonesia. Means that this is one thing, that translation of an Indonesian children's song into English provide them time or area to understand the lyric without knowing actually what is the meaning of particular words in that song lyrics. And the other thing that I learned from the class when it is in EYL classroom, when the teacher acknowledged the student multilingual situation, multilingual ability in class. When the student, in class there are some students from different places, then the teacher tried to ask the student to say the word in English in their own language. For instance, when the teacher say good morning, then one student from Padang say selamat pagi. And then when it is good morning, and then the teacher is pointing someone from West Java, then wilujeng enjing. when the teacher saying good morning and pointing to the student from Jawa or from Central Java or from Yogyakarta, then the student says Sugeng Eng. And the last one is one of the example when the teacher is pointing the student from Bali, then the student respond the teacher greeting by saying Rahajan Semang. And this one actually invite student attention because the other student from the other part of Indonesia, the other part of this archipelago, raise hand and ask, Miss, I'm from Jakarta, I'm from the other parts of Indonesia, something like that. So this one is giving the student opportunity to show that they are from somewhere in Indonesia and they have their home languages. The next one, let's do translanguaging. It has been mentioned by the first speaker about translanguaging. It is the concept when in teaching learning activities, the student and also the teacher activates their language repertoire. Again, related to multilingualism, it's acknowledge the student and also the teacher to use some other languages except only English as a medium of instruction. The context over here, I would like to say when I talk about the translanguaging and transsemiotising, the context is in a class where the student is learning learning English by using English as a medium of instruction. So let's have a look at translanguaging practice over here. Yeah, translanguaging practice. The teacher has provided the student with a slide. They are talking about season and the changing weather, and it's stated over there, Gary wants to go outside and play. How is the weather today? What should Gary wear? Okay, then the teacher said at that moment, wow, it is bright over here. It is not dark, it is sunny. Then the teacher sing, what's the weather, what's the weather, what's the weather like today? What's the weather, what's the weather, what's the weather like today? And the other part, all together, yeah, like what's the weather like today? Look, it's sunny, and etc. And then the teacher say, it's sunny, you can see from outside. And then ask the student to see from the window what happened outside. Is it dark or is it bright? And then the teacher says, yeah, ada matahari. You can see the sun outside. All right. And one of the students then say, iya miss, matahari bersinar, sinarnya terang. And this is the translation of Itsy Bitsy Spider. And one of the students say, Itsy Bitsy Spider. Then the teacher followed. Yeah, out came the sun and dried up all the rain, and Itsy Bitsy Spider went up the spout again. And how's the weather today? Gary mau ngapain kalau sunny? Then the other students say, it's sunny, main football. Instead of saying playing football, the students say main football. Maybe the student forget the word playing for the in English, and he remember that mine is related to the football. Then he said main football. The other student who would like to say something but couldn't express it in English then say, aku mau juga main layangan miss, main layangan. Layangan is not in bahasa Indonesia, it is in Javanese. And yeah, the student use not only Indonesian language but also Javanese when they are talking with the teacher. And yeah, Wow, that's a good idea. Playing kites. That's the way the teacher is teaching the student, not like translating, like what I have mentioned previously, but providing the student with the other way of saying main layangan by using the word playing kites. The next, please. And this one, the next, about transemiotizing. The next slide. Right. This one is for teaching mathematics. As this one is for teaching mathematics, the teacher provide media that the student can see, then the student can have it as a source of discussion. Missing number. Ustazah flowers in blue and red. Now look at red. Count the red flower. Not blue. Red. Red, not blue. Yeah. Okay. The emphasis is red, not blue. And then one of the students say 1. That's right. Now we have 1. What number is still missing? Because they are studying about pairing the numbers. Then one of the students say 4. All right. Let's count. The teacher is pointing to blue flower. By doing or by pointing to something, then transmuting is practiced over here, because the student is not only depend on the language, but also depend on the multimodalities that they can use, as well as the student and the teacher can use. And write the missing number. Ustazah has red and blue flowers. Now let's count once more. And by saying the teacher is showing the fingers, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. By having the fingers as the medium of instruction, showing the student how to understand what they are doing at that moment, then transemiotizing is working over here. So not only using bahasa or using English, it's also using medium of instruction, and you can see it as using some different semiotic resources or multimodalities. All right, we come to the end of the session, and I would like to have the last slide, please. All right, I would like to provide the conclusion. Translation benefits the student with understanding of word domestication and foreignization, as well as sentence patterns recognition. Translanguaging and transemiotizing are effectively explaining content that is challenging to convey in English. For further direction, I would like to acknowledge the pivotal role of students' home languages in EYL classroom. That's why it is crucial to integrate multilingualism into pre-service and in-service teaching programs for EYL, like integrating in particular lessons, and not only learning multilingualism. Later on, when the the teacher aware about multilingualism-based education, then teacher will be aware of the use of, or the importance, or the essential role of intercultural based education. And that's why in Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, there should be an area that we have to give or to provide, to equip the pre-service teachers and in-service teachers with knowledge about multilingualism as well as intercultural based education. That's all my presentation. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay, thank you, Ibu Rina, for the splendid presentations. And please keep your questions, because we are still have one more invited speaker. Afterwards, we can have Q&A session with both of the invited speakers. Now let's welcome to the second invited speaker, Bapak Dr. Nurudodo MKes. Pak Nurudodo is a seasoned lecturer at UMM. He has conducted a lot of research in the field of education. in biology, ecology, environmental science, and the integration between environmental science and education, including environmental literacy, educational for sustainable development, STEM education, lesson study, and teachers' professional development. And he has written many books on education and ecology or environmental science. Now, without further ado, let's delve into the presentation that will be delivered by the next invited speaker, Bapak Dr. Nur Widodo MKes. The screen is yours for the next 20 minutes or so. Thank you, and go ahead, Pak Nur. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Alhamdulillahirrabbilalamin. Wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in. Rabbi shrah li sadri wa yassir li amri wa hlul 'uqdatam min lisani yafqahu qawli, amma ba'du. Thank you so much, special for the Honorable our Dean and all of the Vice Dean in FTTA University of Muhammadiyah Malang, and also thank you so much for the committee, all of you who promote me to be one of the invited speakers in this seminar. Thank you so much also for all of you who will be patient to listening my opinion, my presentation. That my opinion based on my research. The title of my presentation is Developing the Learning Model and Content to Improve Environmental Literacy, Creative Thinking, and Collaborative Skill of Prospective Biology Teacher Students. My research area is in environmental education that have close related with the environmental sustainable goal. The environmental sustainable goal is part of Sustainable Development Goal or SDGs. This research driven by the increasing of worrying about an environmental problem, environmental damage like pollution, deforestation, flood, and so many others. There are so many environment in a local, regional, and global area, like climate change that impacted to the bed for the living and human being. But the most dominant factors of environmental problem is a human behavior. So we need the environmental education because the education is aimed to change the human behavior. One of the behavior is the responsible to the environment. We have big hope that the environment education being capable to change the people environmental responsible being better. And the university is invited to responsible with this concern. To build responsible environment behavior need improving in environmental literacy, creativity, thinking, and collaborative skill. Because the competence are very important. The three competence are very important in solution environmental problem that now so very complex. But in fact, we find that our conditions are still far from this hope. It's because the weakness in organizing and manage the learning process in environmental problem solution. We know that in teaching and learning environmental education, we still use the conventional approach like expository or ceramah. So they are not effective in building the environmental responsible behavior. So we need a new concept in the environmental environmental education. Improving environmental learning concept is needed, and the answer of the concern is the M-Contan model. M-Contan model designed by me. This model has manipulate the steps of eco-mapping and conservation-based learning. So the eco-mapping and conservation-based learning is the ancestor of M-Contan model. M-Contan model design use the research and development by ADDAI framework. The platform of this model based on transformative learning theory and constructivism learning theory. M-Contan model have 6 learning steps in environmental problem solutions. Number 1 is observation to the problem. Number 2 is identification and analysis of the problem. Number 3 is plan to solve problem. Number 4 is solve action problem. Solve problem action. Number 5 is monitoring and evaluation. And number 6 is follow up for the creativity program. This model is evaluated for the validity and practicality from the educational experts and practitioners. And from this concern, all of the experts and practitioners give the recommend that this model is practice and valid to implement in the FAST area. This model also tested for effectiveness by experiment, pre-test, post-test design, and statistically using the ANCOVA. And the conclusion show that M-Contan is very effective in improving the environmental literacy, creative thinking, and collaborative skill among the biology teachers candidate. So we will to continue our finding to implement in the real teaching and learning practice, both of in the middle level and also to the higher student or the university education. I think that is all. Thank you very much for your listening. And if you have any question, I will thank you for your question, and I want to give some answer related to the question. Thank you so much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Pak Nur, for the insightful sessions. And now let's move on to the next session, which is Q&A session with both of the invited speakers. And I'd like to invite the participants in Zoom or those who are in this room. For those who maybe already have something in mind to ask to Ibu Rina and Pak Nurwidodo. Any questions? Prof D.
Thank you, Pak Trias. One question for Mrs. Rina. Rino lan wengi. Translanguaging education program must be informal, habitual, and massive. So far, the translanguaging program is unstructured, unmeasurable, I think implemented randomly. What does Mrs. Rina think? Thank you.
All right. Thank you so much, Prof. Dwi Priyo Utomo. Translanguaging was spontaneous previously. So, because it is a situation in particular countries that students may have different home languages. That's why the teacher provides the students with the opportunity to use their language repertoire when they are not presenting, for instance. When the teacher asks the student to do something in group, for instance, then the teacher will say like this: all right, as you prepare for your presentation or your group presentation, you can have your discussion with your friends using your own language. And after that, you can prepare or you can draft what you would like to say in English. Related to translanguaging, there are two things that we have to remember. One is about pedagogical translanguaging, and the other one is spontaneous translanguaging. When it is pedagogical translanguaging, then translanguaging should be planned. It should be planned starting from when the teacher is preparing the lesson plan. In the lesson plan, the teacher should put some parts in which part translanguaging will be practiced. For instance, when translanguaging is promoted in non-English language program, like in mathematics. When the teacher in mathematics class let's think that the teacher has already known the audience or the students. They have known how the student ability dealing with the language. When the teacher knows that situation, then the teacher can put in which part of the teaching learning activity that will be in which the practice of translanguaging is there. So and we have to remember that it is not only translanguaging in English medium classroom, but it can be also translanguaging in Bahasa Indonesia medium classroom. As I previously mentioned, that here in Indonesia there are more than 700 indigenous and also local languages. And it makes the student come to the class with different languages or different home languages. That's why when the teacher think at particular moment, I have to use the student home language, then the teacher can use the home language. When you are previously used formal Bahasa Indonesia and you think your student will get confused with using formal Bahasa Indonesia, then you can use informal Bahasa Indonesia as well as your home language, like adding some words in Japanese language, Bapak. And yeah, as it is difficult to to monitor the translanguaging practices. Yeah, because nowadays teacher practices translanguaging because it is spontaneous translanguaging. If there have been understood about multilingualism in education, and it should be programmed, Bapak. If, for instance, this Faculty of Teacher Training and Education has concerns about multilingualism, then in particular subject, the multilingualism or multilingual education should be infused over there. When it is infused over there, then the teacher get the understanding how to use translanguaging. I think that it will be important because not only in Indonesia when there are some local languages spoken by children at home or students at home, but today in this millennium era or in this era, the student commonly grow up with more than one language. Then translanguaging is essential. Does it answer your question, Bapak? All right, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you to both the Pak Porfdi and Bu Rina for the uncle explanations. And we already have another question actually from Prof. Ribut first maybe. Okay.
Thank you. Congratulations for Ms. Rina and Mr. Nur Widodo. Now for Ms. Rina, translation method for English language learning for young learners. Gitu ya. My opinion for multilingual students using the translation method allows students to experience two burdens, namely translating and using language to re-express their learning result. On the other hand, language is habit. Based on this opinion, in several countries, the immersion method is used to teach English as a second language. What's about this opinion? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Ibu. What I said about in the title, I have already mentioned about various vantage points. One, translation. Second, translanguaging. The third one is transsemiotizing. Now, linguists studies about some opportunities and also some possibilities of using languages in classroom. As I believe and also I agree with you that using language is also learning language includes habit. Yeah, if we have habit in using English, then we will be a good speaker of English. I agree with that. But in particular situation, we have to know the situation when the learners do not know how to use the language, and to avoid getting student frustrated of thinking about the difficulties of learning language, then translation, translanguaging, transsemiotizing is our practice. So, yeah, only in particular points the teacher can practice translation. Again, in practicing translation, there are two things that the teacher can do. First one is by sense to sense translation, When it is sense-to-sense translation, it can be linked to translanguaging later on. But if it is literal translation or word-per-word translation, it helps the student to understand the concept, how words are put into particular structure of English language sentence. So again, previously, like years ago, I have different belief, not including local languages or translanguaging or translation in class. I said to my student, when you are teaching or when you practice teaching your student when you practice teaching your student in class, please remember only English language in class. It was, and also it happened in some countries like in Korea. There is teaching English using English, something like that. And the point that the linguists study right now about addressing multilingualism in teaching and learning activities, particularly in English language learning, it is not only providing the student with Bahasa Indonesia all the time in teaching, but at some points when the teacher need to practice using English, the teacher provide examples, provide games, provide media to make student learn that one. When we are using the other languages, it is to make the student understand particular concept of the language. So I hope that it helps our understanding right now that because now English is an international language because of the global language issues, word English is then, the use of local languages in teaching English is acknowledged. That's my point. Again, still, the teacher should provide the student with activities that make them practice how to speak or how to use the language perfectly. Yeah. Does it answer your question? Hopefully.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Rina, for the explanations. And now we have already one more question for Pak Nurul from Pak Fauzi. Okay, Pak Fauzi, the screen is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Trias. Pak Nur Widodo, you have developed a learning model, M-content learning model, yeah? And my question is, can we apply this learning model to in different subjects such as mathematics, history, or Bahasa Indonesia? And what make M-content learning model distinguish it from the other subjects such as problem-based, project-based, or the other learning model? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Pak Fauzi, for your question. Okay. The answer is, as we know, that in my model consists of 6 steps, starting by identification of environmental problem. We know that all the modern learning model always start from the problem, and continue to the next step. All the steps have the meaning, constructivism and transformative theory of learning, using the prior knowledge to construct the new knowledge. By the new knowledge, by their self, construct the knowledge, the new knowledge by their self. So every step has its meaning, and all the step is meaningful to all the complete of M-content. I think it is the distinguished point from this M-content model if we compare to another model like problem-based and project-based, we know that problem-based and project-based is a general model in education, but in environmental education, we find only several model that have been released in our education discourse. So I'm interested to build this M-Content model that several of the step is consist from eco mapping, and several of them are consist from conservation based learning, or CBL. It is the most distinguished model that different from another model. And I think my model is based on the theory constructivism and transformation learning that give the every step as an activity to the students and give the chance to them to guide the meaning of every step to build the new knowledge from the prior knowledge that construct by themselves. Okay, I think it's the most important thing in my model, and we can use this to implement in another level of education, like elementary, secondary, and because this research is using the university student, maybe we can find some difference finding in every step of the education level. Okay, it's good if you keep on trying to another level of education.
Okay, thank you, Pak Nurudodo. Pak Fauzi, is that answering your question?
Can we apply this learning model across all subjects such as Bahasa Indonesia or mathematics?
I think maybe memungkinkan. Possible. I think it is possible if this model implemented to the another subject. Yeah. Because this model is general term, I think, because all of the model not specific only for environmental education. I think it is general, but because my background is biology, especially for environmental concern, so I use this to dedicate it to the environmental education. But because this is a general time and all of the step, maybe we can we can understand from another model also. We can find from another model also. So it can be implemented to the another subject. Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Pak Fauzi and Pak Nur, for your questions and answers. Right, now let's move on to the next one, and we already have one participant from Zoom who would like to raise a question or two, maybe. Pak Suparto, would you like to ask questions to Burina or Pak Nurudodo? Pak Parto, you may proceed. Thank you. Yeah, you may turn on your...
Okay, yeah, there's a problem of unmuting. Thank you. Thank you, Pak Yes. Well, my concern, I do not like to say question. My concerns will be about with Purina concerning with the EYL question. As already mentioned that in Indonesia or also in some other countries, there are a number of different mother tongue from students who learns English. Theoretically, ideally, when we speak Bahasa Indonesia, for example, we have to think in Bahasa Indonesia. When we speak in English, for example, we have to think also in English. Not, for example, speaking in English but thinking in Bahasa Indonesia. So the result is sometimes it's misleading. For example, I still remember when I asked someone to translate from overhead cost, for example, then they translate into Bahasa Indonesia, ya di atas kepala, which is, of course, it is not quite appropriate. But again, it is in theoretical consideration. In practice, of course, it is not as simple as that way. Therefore, my question to Ms. Purina is that how, as long as your experience is concerned, I suppose your experience in English for young learners, as long as your experience concerns, what do you do in order to optimize the students to think in English because they want to speak in English? Thank you.
Okay, you may proceed, Bruna.
All right. Thank you so much, Pak Parto. I had similar way of thinking just like yours, like what you have mentioned just now. If my student would like to say some words in English, then they have to think or they have to have the concept in the language that they would like to speak. Like when they want to say the words in English or the sentences in English, then they have to be able to speak in English. They have to think about it in English. And here, what I have presented over here is related to and also according to some experiences in the classroom. Yeah, when the students still think of think in Bahasa Indonesia, discuss in Bahasa Indonesia, then they have to speak or they have to present something in English. Well, to optimize the English language production, the student language English production, then this is the teacher job. This is the teacher's job. It is requires that the teacher provide the students with good explanation as well as good examples of the use of how to speak, how to use English language. It can be in spoken and also in written language. Well, while the student understand, while the student got ample of examples related to how to use English and that make the English sounds English, then this is how the teacher provide the student with this kind of examples. It is not that it is not easy, but when we have to change the student way of thinking when they would like to say the words in English, then they have to think in English. We as a human has ability. We have been multilingual actually. We have been multilingual because it is easy. It is very easy for us to understand one or two more languages. But if we would like to say, like in that point, the point that you would like to say, yes, this is the teacher's job. The teachers should provide good examples and many examples, several examples, not only one, in how English should be written or should be spoken. That's why when we are speaking English in front of the young learners, yeah, we have to make sure that our pronunciation has been proper pronunciation, that the sentence that we make should be appropriate sentence. So when the student imitate us, then the student has practiced to use proper English. I think that's what I can say about how to optimize the student learning English learning, as they still have the way they are thinking is still in Bahasa Indonesia. And I do believe, Pak Parto, later on, like 10 years from now, the children is not only speaking one language, or they will have many or some foreign languages that they can speak, and they can switch easily when they hear something, when they hear particular language, then they can switch, use the particular language, because they have language repertoire, and the language repertoire have been activated when they are practicing some vantage like translation, translanguaging, transsemiotizing, and so on and so forth. That's my opinion, Pak.
Okay, thank you, Bu Rina. Pak Parto, is that answering your questions? Do you have any follow-up, maybe feedbacks, maybe? Okay, thank you, Pak Parto. So, do we still have time? Do we still have any other questions, maybe? Okay, maybe we have one more question from Ibu Rafika. Okay, please, thank you.
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. So my question is directed to Ibu Rina. Hi, Ibu Rina, good morning. So it was very nice topic. I try to understand the idea. So correct me if I'm wrong with my questions. So in regards to translanguaging, my question is about where and when actually it is useful, and when and where it is not useful. As we are familiar that in our context in Indonesia, there are many international schools, especially international Islamic boarding school, which require the students to speak English only or Arabic only week, which they are not allowed to use L1 or their first language. Otherwise, they are going to be punished. So, where should the teacher place translanguaging in this context? Thank you.
All right. Dealing with time, when the teacher should practice translanguaging. Yeah, it has been mentioned by Prof. Dwi previously that monitoring translanguaging is not that easy, because previously translanguaging is just spontaneous. Yeah, it is spontaneously used because of because inability of students, for instance, inability of student in finding particular words. Yeah. Yes, I believe that the school which require the student to speak only one language in particular time has reason, and also they have got their understanding that by forcing the student to speak only one language, they will provide the student opportunity to get the best result. And it was the old paradigm. If now the school would like to provide the student more opportunity for practicing translanguaging or practicing or providing the student with language repertoire activation, I think it's going to be great, because there have been some research saying that providing the student with the opportunity to activate their languages repertoire affect the result of the language learning. You have that experience when you have to speak only Arabic in one day or in particular time, and also English in particular time. And also, if you know some in particular place, in one specific place here in Jawa Timur, in East Java, if you would like to speak English every day, then you have to go to that place and have to do anything, have to use English every day. But you can see the result coming from that situation. They are speaking English, but commonly they are not speaking English very well, or they are speaking English because they would like to say it in English, not because they are speaking English like how this English language speaking is exemplified by the English native speakers, for instance. But that is not the point. The point is when right now world agrees that the world linguistic and the world the global Englishes and international Englishes believe and also agree that all students who speak English, or all of us who speak English with our own way, is acknowledged. Like they are not forced to speak like how native speaker is speaking. They can use their accent, for instance. The accent is okay. When you also experience when you are abroad, none of your lecturer pay attention to your accent when you're speaking. That is the reason why right now we are not we have to practice like providing students with their language repertoire to speak English, not only because they have to speak English like native speaker. Related to the policy in pesantren, yeah, or in boarding schools, well, I partly agree and I partly disagree. I agree if the school has already looked at the student potential. And the other one, instead of providing the student only punishment because of not speaking English, the teacher and also the guides should provide them with examples how to speak English very well. And if it can be practiced, but it needs time, because when I speak about multilingualism, activating student home languages in learning English, many people say, please look at some more research. And yeah, I talk about it because based on some research, not because of now I believe in that one, because of the situation that there is almost no barrier between languages. Later on, like what I have mentioned previously, 10 years later, then our children will be able to speak in more than one language, or maybe not only in Bahasa Indonesia and English. They can speak in different languages, and they can switch the languages very well. Whenever they heard something in a particular language, then they can respond in that language, or maybe respond in the other language, but it is linked to that language. That's the situation right now. Plurilingualism, now multilingualism, and later on it's going to be plurilingual. And yeah, it needs like many readings, it needs understanding many concepts, it needs our understanding in, in understanding people, a result on some research related to the language. Well, the first time I heard about the concept, I myself think, what is that possible for me not teaching my student English only by using English? And at that moment I say, no, this is wrong. But after some times, after going through some reading, after knowing the situation in class, in different classes, then I started to agree that activating the student language repertoire is not only for cognitive results, but also for students' well-being. Yeah, related to well-being, then I have a concern also how the student are being frustrated. How student, the student will be frustrated if they have to do this and that, to have this and that when they are learning the language. And actually, they would like to get the time. They can say something, but not in a form of language. With young learners, when they cannot say it in language, then they can write down something, or they can have pictures, and so on and so forth. And I also remember one day, one of the lecturer over here said that, well, we initiated an international class. We required the student to use only English in a class, and the result is like, it's so sad to hear about that, because the student get a very low score in particular subject, because the subject, it is a piloting project that the student has to learn. The student have to learn the subject on using English only. In some places, when the teacher get the question in English actually, then student can also answer the question in Bahasa Indonesia. The concept in bilingual school is like that. When you are comfortable with using one particular language, then use that. But you have to know that the question in English is understandable. If you like to use English, then use English. At some point, at the particular point, then the student have the ability to be a very, the student can sift the language use very well. Like sifting the language, like when the question is using English, then I have to use English. But if the one who asked me the language, the question understand Bahasa Indonesia, then I can choose whether I have to use Bahasa Indonesia or English. Something like that. That's the thing that, well, at the first time, I also confused with that, and I tried to find the concept that was understandable, and tried to find out some examples of the practice, and finally, I came up with a belief that yes, learning something should also provide student or provide learners with a good well-being. So we have to consider about well-being, not only about particular target. For instance, the target can speak, yeah, you can speak, but the target is not only speaking. When you're speaking to native speaker, your speaking is understandable, something like that, right?
Okay. Feedback, okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think I do agree with you. It is good for students' well-being. But now the phenomena that English only or Arabic only is good for school branding, yes, Prof? The owner of the school, yeah. It's good for branding, and that's what parents looking for. So I think I suggest you, Burina, I think you have a very hard job to to do more presentations, or even you need to do more preach, yeah. It's not speaking again, but preach. So then you need to act more to make people understand about trans language. And thank you, Pak Trias.
Okay, thank you to all of you. So I think that concludes our session today, and thank you for this delightful Q&A session. And please give a big round of applause to both invited speakers and to all of us here. Thank you. And now we like to give our warmest appreciation to both invited speakers with this certificate as invited speaker in this conference. Okay, please display the certificate. Okay, the first one will be. Thank you, and the second one. Okay, thank you, Alhamdulillah. We've come to at the end of these sessions, and thank you for your collaborations and insightful knowledge, and best of luck for the upcoming features. And I'm going to give it back to our MC, Ibu Hana. Thank you, and see you next time.
Thank you so much. Let's give a round of applause again. Thank you, Mr. Trias Tama, for conducting this session very lively, and it's very, very interesting topic for us to discuss. And ladies and gentlemen, again, I would like to announce that after this conference, you can check the presentation session from our oral presenters. And now let's move forward to the first parallel session, which is the presentation from 3 speakers. And now I would like to invite our moderator of the first session. Our moderator is a wonderful lecturer at the Indonesian Language Education Study Program at University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Ms. Vida Pangesti MA, we invite you to lead the stage or the screen.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to our parallel session featuring the esteemed speakers in the fields of education. It is such an honor for me moderating this first parallel session. Today we have the privilege of hearing from 3 distinguished scholars, Dr. Erna Yayu MPD, Dr. Agung Dediliawan Ismail MPD, and also Dr. Husama MPD. Please, for the 3 invited speakers to come to stage. Okay, everyone, our 3 speakers will bring a wealth of knowledge and expertise to our discussion in 10 minutes, followed by 20 minutes question and answer question, and I am confident that their presentation will be very insightful. So without further ado, allow me to introduce our esteemed speakers. Our first speaker today is Dr. Erna Yayu MPD. Dr. Erna was born in Nganjuk on August 24, 1982. She has been serving as a lecturer in the undergraduate program of primary school teacher education at the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang since 2006. In 2022, she completed her doctoral studies in the Department of Elementary Education at Malang State University in 3 years. She has produced numerous works, including 76 scientific papers, 8 books, and hold 8 copyright. Please give an applause to Dr. Erna for her outstanding work. Dr. Erna has also served as a speaker at various state and private universities and served as a review for AUJ's Corpus Journal in 2020 and for other reputable national journals. Today, Dr. Erna will be presenting her paper, offering insightful perspective on effectiveness use a bar model in solving story problem for elementary school students. So Dr. Erna, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Miss Fida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. I would like to say thank you for coming to my presentation, and my name is Ernaya. The purpose of presentation, effectiveness use a bar model in solving story problem for elementary school the student. Next. The research background, I see in the based on result observation and interview initial, which was carried out November 2000 to option information that 84% of students difficult in do question story mathematics. Difficult is visible at the moment given question summative by the teacher. In 50 minutes, per student not yet capability write what will answer. Interview result more carry on explain that student not capable for carry out solution because not yet understanding question with good. Ability literacy child to question style not enough. That not even the math yet understanding with good. Based on fact this, the teacher trying for look for the solution will be as for every problem student. One of the strategy used by teacher to every problem that's occur above, the teacher use a bar model for help student finish question story. The diagrammatic representation is one method understand problem in solution question story. The bar diagram model is one from diagrammatic representation that can be help student finish question story. In this research, I am to describe the effectiveness of the bar model in solving word problem at the elementary school level. This research involved 22 3-grade elementary school students as subject. Research location and Beji 1 Batu, and then address Insinyur Soekarno Street, number 85, Junrejo, sub-described. Date of the research implementation, I do 1 January until February 2023. This research used describe qualitative research involving 22 grade 3 students at BG1 as research subject, and then data collection technique. I carried out through observation activity to use a mathematic learning process. Next, interview and test carry out. The data analysis use qualitative, namely data reduction, data encoding, and then the last drawing conclusion. This result, the bar model is picture repression of a math problem. Thus use rectangle to represent both known and unknown quantitative missing number. We can explain the bar model to child by taking step-by-step CPA approach. By first allowing students to use concrete items such as a counter, we can then transition the pictorial bar model. For example, by explain the 3 counter represent the sum as bar model of 3. we can help children to develop the number sense. This is problem example. In this number 1, Tim has 4 sweets and Ben has 2 sweets. How many sweets do they have altogether? This problem, student with solution the by step and step the polya. Number 1, understanding problem. From sentence question is now there 2 children named Tim who have 4 candies and Ben 2 candies. And then planning strategy, student solving strategy, the problem will ask that with using bar diagram model. Step 4.3, implementation the strategy. Student problem this voltage state amount of 2 number. Step 1, student make picture candy and cycle abandonment question. Next step 2, student draw a bar chart for represent for the respective amount. There are 4 candies and 2 candies. Following describe for this picture. And then next, number 2. The number 2, Matev has a 300 gram block of cheese. He eats 2 divided 5 of the cheese and put the rest back in the fridge. How much cheese did Matev put back in the fridge? In this problem, student use a model bar and then 300 gram, he put a block and then calculation 300 divided 5 equal 60. Put back in the fridge, the student can 3 cross 60 equal 80, 180. This discussion and question, I have a primary student can draw bar, the represent value and mathematic problem. This can help them to answer question more easily and can develop number sense. The bar model can be used across operation and math topic, but the particularly useful for multi-step problem and complex word problem. The last, bar modeling use block the represent value. The bar model is an effective non-concrete way of helping students learn to understand number and value. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ernal. Please give a warm applause to Dr. Ernal, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for that enlightening presentation. So next we have Dr. Agung Dadiliawan Ismail MPD. He is a mathematics education lecturer who completed his doctoral program at Malang State University in 2023. His research has focused on mathematics learning, mathematics problem solving, development of education technology and learning media such as digital and animation. His work have resulted in the production of mathematics textbook for junior and senior high school, as well as textbook for calculus and trigonometry for undergraduate level. Ladies and gentlemen, let's extend a warm welcome to Dr. Agung.
Thank you, Miss Vida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for the Dean from the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, and then all participants. Thank you for the chance today, and then I would like to present my research finding. It is about good computational thinking skill to solve complex geometry problems. Please help me to open the PowerPoint. Okay, thank you. Next page, please. Okay. The background of the research is about our government has a policy about to prepare our student, yeah, for living at the 2001 era. And then the government has a curriculum, and then the inside of the curriculum is content of the 4C. We know it is about the communication, critical thinking, collaboration, and creativity. And then this part, I would like to discover about the critical thinking, because the critical thinking has a relation between problem solving. And then some research say that critical thinking has a relation with problem solving. And then in fact, most researchers say that most students feel confused about where to start in solving geometry problems. So the aim of the research is to explore how good computational thinking can solve complex geometry problem. And then the method, please. I use qualitative approach with descriptive, and then the type of the research is case study. And then for the purposive subject, I choose a subject with right answer and then good communication to explore the more information. Next. For the result, please open another file. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Actually, when the data content of the step of the computational thinking. Computational thinking has a 5 step. First is about the decomposition. Decomposition, it means that for example, the subject a breakdown to complex problem to be some apart, and then subject also find some part of the picture. In the problem, there are a square, and then the square is contain a triangle, and then the information just only length 3, 4, and then 5, and then a subject must find the side of the right angle. So the subject do decomposition, and then after that the subject doing abstraction. It is about the mapping all information and then ignoring unused information from the problem. We can see that the subject use only 2 triangle and then ignore another triangle. And then the third step is a pattern recognition. It is about the subject aware about the pattern of the triangle in the picture, and then after that the subject compare all inner angle of both triangles, and then the last is after this the subject make conclusion that the 2 triangle is similar. On the fact that triangle is similar, they can use ratio or compare all sides of the triangle, and then the subject can make some algorithm. First is identification all triangle, and then find out the inner angle of the triangles, and then make sure both of the triangle is similar, and then compare all sides of the triangle. And then the next step is find out the length of the all triangle, and then find the length of the square side, like this. Okay. Move to the PowerPoint. Okay, next. So for the discussion, the student must, to solve the complex geometry problem, the student must break complex tasks into subtasks while developing sequence-based understanding of the problem. And then the second step, a student can also use concept mapping to help them to learn about the abstraction. And then the third step is a student can use a question, what is the same, and then what is the difference, and then student can recognize and wonder about the pattern and visualization. And then the last one is algorithm can make easy to solve the problem. So the conclusion is complex geometry problem can solve using computational thinking. There is abstraction, and then decomposition, abstraction, pattern recognition, and then the last is algorithm. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Agung. Please give a round of applause to Dr. Agung. Thank you once again for that thought-provoking presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, last but certainly not least, we have Dr. Husama MPD. Dr. Husama, allow me to read your CV first. Dr. Husama has conducted a lot of research in the field of education in biology, ecology, environmental science, and the integration between environmental science and education, including environmental literacy, educational for sustainable development, and spirituality. He has written many books on education and ecology or environmental science. In this incredible opportunity, he will be presenting the incredible idea with the title Trend of Sustainability Competence Over the Last Few Decades, a Review. Dr. Husama, please proceed with your presentation.
Thank you, Mbak Pida. Thank you, Mbak Pida. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you to all participants, presenters, and many professors here. I'll present a material entitled Trends of Sustainability Competence, or AC, over the last few decades, a review. For information, this theme support UMM SDG Center because this theme has still not received many attention for other lecturer from our university. Then this is just a simple article, just a systematic literature review. And this article not a part of my dissertation, just based on the suggestion of my dissertation. Okay. Okay, introduction please. Okay. If we look at the Scopus database, the study of SC, Sustainability Competence, was first introduced by Professor Sigales from University of Catalunya, Barcelona, Spain, in 2009. And the question is, what is sustainability competence? Referring to BNC, sustainability competence is integrated knowledge, skills, attitudes, and values as an effort to empower every individual to take an effective role in facing the challenges and opportunities of world sustainability. And we know that competency or competence is the ability to do something successfully. And universities have a crucial role to play in promoting sustainability competence. So the aim of this systematic literature review was to compare various original articles collected in Scopus database related to the theme of sustainability competence and related to universities or higher education. Okay, in the method, I use a Prisma model in to inclusion or an inclusion the articles. The article, which is consists of 4 stages, namely identification, screening, eligibility, and inclusion, referring to CELSAC 2019. Figure 2 shows that the initial search I found total 146 articles, and I got only 36 final articles that were suitable for the topic in this SLR or about sustainability competence and higher education. And the result and discussion, please. Okay, thank you. Let's see figure 3 in the left side. Figure 3 shows the number of articles in the Scopus database annually from 2009 to 2024. Based on the figure 3, it can be seen that the trend of publication on sustainability competence and higher education in the Scopus database tend to increase from 2020 to 2023. We can see that during the COVID pandemics, sustainability competence as a part of SDGs issue received more attention from researchers in university, but only in let's see the right figure, the right figure in about nation, about countries, Spain, Sweden, and United Kingdom, only from European continental, and we can see that only China from Asia who interest to this topic, that not there are not from Southeast Asia. So I can conclude and declare that Dr. Husama was the first researchers from Southeast Asia who interest about this topic based on this data. Based on the data. Okay. Let's see first fewer data. There are word or praise sustainable development as an United Nations campaign is related to sustainability competence, sustainable, and higher education as a dominant prasa. This press then branched out and related to teaching and higher education, active learning, student, active teaching, teachers, and curriculum. If we analyze one by one of the 36 existing articles, then their focus on strengthening sustainability competence to realize sustainability development and sustainability development goals through strengthening active learning and teaching, strengthening student and teachers, reformulating and adapting of the curriculum at the higher education or university level. I think enough. That's all. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Dr. Husama, for sharing your valuable insight. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now heard from all three speakers, and I'm sure you'll agree that their presentation have provided us with a wealth, knowledge, and inspiration. Now I would like to open the floor to questions from the audience. Please do not hesitate to share your thoughts or seek clarification or any aspect of their presentation. Okay, our first question coming from Pak Fauzi, please. Could you please give the microphone to Pak Fauzi?
Thank you, Bu Vida. Dr. Usama, thank you for your insight presentation, and I was particularly impressed with your comprehensive analysis in your research. And my question is, based on your experiences become reviewer and editor in academic journals, what are the key shortcomings or key limitation of the existing research on sustainability competence in higher education, especially in Indonesia? Thank you.
Thank you for the questions, Pak Fauzi. And please, Pak Husama, to answer the question.
Thank you, Pak Fauzi. As we know that sustainability is the beautiful theme, and like a Gemstay Q2, sustainability is the first and diutamakan special issue and special theme in the Gemstay Q2, and if you want to submit the article to sustainability, Gemstay, and other journal, focus on higher education. The theme of learning and sustainability, teaching and sustainability, student and sustainability is the top topic who choose by editor and reviewer. And the clue is always use word sustainability, or competency in higher education to support sustainability. And then please use maybe secondary, tertiary, or higher education and sustainability, because this theme or this topic is favorite themes or topics from so many reviewers and editors from many journals in Scopus, from Q2 to from Q3 to Q1 in Scopus database. Thank you, Pak Fauzi.
Thank you, Pak Husama. Any other question, Pak, or clarification, Pak Fauzi?
Okay, so Dr. Husama, my question is, what is the key limitation, key shortcomings of the existing research about sustainability competencies that have been conducted in Indonesia? Are there any limitation maybe that can you explain in this forum?
Yeah, thank you, Pak Fauzi. Until now, I didn't find one articles about sustainability competence in Indonesia. So this topic is new, and maybe in Southeast Asia or Asia, sustainability competence is hot topic. So it is open to our lecturer from UMM to do the research about sustainability competence to support UMM SDG Center.
Okay, thank you for your explanation.
Okay, thank you, Pak Husama dan juga and also Pak Fauzi. It is promoting also SDG Center of UMM, right?
Of course.
And I think the answer also important for us because in this occasion, all of us are researcher and also the students in the university. It is a wide range of sustainability competence that we can include on our paper, so we can publish our paper, our ideas to the wide range in this field. Okay, thank you once again, and we move on to the next questions, please, for all the participants. Okay, Bu Dia.
Okay, thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for your chance to me. I'm not give my friend some question, but give the suggestion. Mr. Husama is one of my lecturer for literature review. Many thanks for your knowledge to me. I think my suggestion for you is you must give many knowledge about literature review, and then continue about the meeting about that. So no one meeting and finish, no, but you must continue about the meeting, the faedah meeting. And then suggestion for my friend Miss Erna and Mr. Agung, Mr. Agung, sorry.
You know, from one meeting, Budia was produced 3 systematic literature review.
Okay.
Only one meeting.
This is you want to me, inshallah. Mr. Erna, Miss Erna and Mr. Agung, my suggestion about you must continue your research, and then you must find the quality about your research in each student. The quality high level, medium level, and low level. So you can finding and then many paper you get. I think so. Congratulations for your doctor, and we will write together, no? Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Dr. Dia. It is such an appreciation, and also the suggestion will be the motivation to continue the research on the field for its presenters. Any answer or maybe response from the speakers, Dr. Agung? Maybe? Any response to Dr. Dia?
Thank you for your suggestion, Miss ya, Miss Diawara. Actually, my research is a part of the biggest research. I just take a higher capability of the subject. There are 3 capability: high, middle, and low. And then for this one, I choose the highest subject, because I would like to explore the computational thinking is the best way to make a student easily to do the complex geometry problem like that.
Okay, thank you. Any response from Bu Erna?
Bu Dia, thank you. I also appreciate Mr. Dia. We often collaboration in work every day, every month, every years. Especially in research, I hope Miss Dia Also to motivation, give me to apa? Literatur review. Literatur review. So I can see the Google Scholar in research a very many in literature review. Good job, Budia. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Erna, for the response for the suggestion from Budia. I do agree with Budia. We waiting for the poster of a workshop or sharing session, Pak Husama, for systematic literature review because it is very beauty new methodological research in our field.
Coming soon. Join
Coming
with
soon.
Mr. Fauzi.
Okay. Any other question? Maybe one more question from the audience, online or offline? Okay. Okay. I think it is enough for everyone. So, ladies and gentlemen, these are the question and answer session of our first parallel session. Now, before we close this session, in recognition of their outstanding contribution, we would like to present each of them with a certificate of appreciation. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, in closing, I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to our distinguished speakers, Dr. Erna Yayu, Dr. Agung Dediliawan Ismail, and Dr. Husama for sharing their expertise with us today. Thank you all for your participation, and we look forward for further discussion in the upcoming session. Thank you so much once again. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Vida, for conducting the wonderful session and very insightful session. And ladies and gentlemen, I would like to remind you again that the panel session will be held in our official YouTube channel. Please subscribe to the Faculty of Teacher Training and Education, University of Muhammadiyah Malang YouTube channel at FKIP-UMM Official 9236 or at FKIP UMM Official 9236. Thus, if you have any questions, please comment down on our YouTube comment section and we will be right back to answer those questions. I also would like to announce that after this conference, you can check the presentation sessions from our oral presenters. And to all the participants, please go back to the room at 12:30 p.m. Indonesian Western Time. Then we will continue to the second panel session. Please enjoy your break time. Thank you.
Diorama Pendidikan Indonesia, FKIP UMM Cerdaskan Generasi Berkompetensi. Sejarah pendidikan di Indonesia dimulai zaman pendudukan Belanda tahun 1901. Sekolah didirikan sebagai upaya dari kebijakan politik etis. Pembagian kelas sosial diberlakukan. Pada masa penjajahan tersebut, muncul geliat pendidikan dari Yogyakarta. Semangat ini dipelopori oleh Kiai Haji Ahmad Dahlan, seorang anak muda yang baru saja pulang dari Mekah. Mendapat banyak ilmu tentang pembaruan Islam, ia merintis Madrasah Ibtidaiyah Diniyah Islamiyah pada 1 Desember 1911. Menggunakan ruang tamu rumahnya, madrasah tersebut menjadi sekolah pertama yang didirikan oleh Muhammadiyah. Perjuangan pendidikan di masa penjajahan juga
Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good noon, everyone. Welcome to the last parallel session for the invited speakers of Second International Conference on Education, Teacher Training and Professional Development, or ICE-TPD. My name is Siti Khairuli Ummah, and you can call me Uli. I will be your moderator for this session. This session will involve 3 speakers, Ms. Diah Warawirastri Ekowati MPD, Ms. Alfiani Atma Putri Rosyadi, and Ms. Betty Please welcome and have a seat right here for the speakers. Okay, first speaker is Ms. Dr. Diah Warawirastri Ekowati MPD will present a research topic entitled Investigating the Adversity Quotient, Assessing Elementary School Students' Proficiency in Solving Two-Dimensional Problems. Ms. Diah, please allow me to read your short biography. Ms. Diah has a scientific background in mathematics education at the undergraduate level, elementary school mathematics education at the master's level, and doctoral education in basic education. Based on this scientific background, she has carried out at the three dharma of higher education, namely teaching, research, and service in elementary school mathematics education. The courses she teach are elementary schools mathematics studies and elementary school mathematics education. So, Ms. Diah, please present your inspiring topic presentation in 10 minutes. The screen is yours.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The Honorable Dean of Faculty Training Teacher Education and the Honorable Vice Dean, thank you for the chance to me. Thank you, Ms. Uli, and I will to introduce my research about the adversity question, investigating the adversity question, assessing elementary school student proficiency in solving two-dimensional problems. This is part of my research before a doctor, but many interest topic in this research. I would like first slide, the second slide. I will to explain about research background about adversity equation. The adversity equation is a measure of a person's resilience in adversity and ability to solve problems. And adversity equation have many categories, three categories: quieter, jumper, and climber. The quieter who have quiet from the word quiet. So if meet the problems, the type of quieters always quiet, and the jumper types have potential idea, but not develop the idea. And the climber, from the word climb, always climb and always develop the idea and always find the alternative to solve many problems. I think the jomblowers. If you find your couple, so I think you must choose the climbers. Okay, and then in mathematics is one of the learning that requires acute skill in solving the problems. And then two-dimensional shape is one of the material that are close the student daily life and the first problem solved in elementary school. And the result of a preliminary study, the problem solving stage carried by students follow the polia stage, but there has never been any research has been on adversity quotient. So research on the Scopus database with the K problem solving, two-dimensional shape, and adversity quotient obtain the article title semiotic reasoning emerges in constructing properties of a rectangle, a study of adversity equation. But in this research, no research has been found the examines further relate to solving problems in the three categories in adversity quotient. And there has not been found a pattern of problem solving carried by subject according to the polia stage. So the next. So the question is how to solve the problem two-dimensional grade 3 elementary school student based on adversity equation. So the study entitled Investigating the Adversity Equation, Assessing Elementary School Student Proficiency in Solving Two-Dimensional Problems is important to do. Okay, this picture is my research method. I choose in elementary of Muhammadiyah because Muhammadiyah have many rules to make education is better, and I choose three class grade 3 because two-dimensional shape in this grade 3, and then I choose the first stage is measure about adversity equation in 24 student, and then all of student 24 solving two-dimensional shape problems with the polia stage, understanding problem, devising a plan, carry out the plan, and looking back. And result of this answer written from, and then we do interview and mapping the answer, writing form and observation, And then from interview, in the categories quieter, jumper, and climber. So we get two-dimensional problem solving based on adversity quotient. And then we make a qualitative method, and we get 3 subject, one of subject quieter, one of jumper, and one of climber. And then we get the pattern. This is the picture about pattern of jumper. If you know this line, the brick, dash line gitu ya. Dash line green, yellow, red, and blue. This is about the stage of polio. UP is understanding the problems, DP the facing the plan, COP is carrying out the problems, and LB is looking back. And jumper make the pattern of UP, DP, COP, and LB. And each pattern, its stage of polio, we get from written answer, interview, and observation. And then the other pattern is we get next climber. This is can you see about this picture? Many stage in this picture. We, as you know, climbers is every time to climb about many problems and many idea in each stage in polio. So if polio have 4 stages, but climber the student do 7 stage in il polio. So the pattern is UP, next. UP, DP, COP, UP again, understand the problem again, the facing, COP, LB, looking back. And this pattern, the climbers, every stage, he found about many alternative ways to solve the problem. And then the quieters doing same pattern with the jumper, OP, DP, COP, and LB. But the one of stage in polio not from written answer but from interview. So I think quieters and jumper is not same because quieters almost too quiet, exit from the problems. So if you want to be a climber, I think you must friend with the climbers types. And conclusion, in this research, there are 2 problem-solving pattern and the 3 types of adversity quotient. The jumper and the quieter pattern is UP, DP, COP, and LB. The climber pattern is UP, DP, COP, UP, DP, COP, and LB. Repeat the pattern, yeah. Therefore, it is necessary to conduct further research on the quality of solving mathematical problems by all 3 categories. And then the next researcher can choose to research about the quality of its answer for the categories of adversity question. I think that's all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Let's give applause to Ms. Dia. What an inspiring presentation. Thank you, Ms. Dia. I'm sure our audience has learned a lot from you today. Let's give, ladies and gentlemen, second, We have speaker Ms. Alfiani Atma Putri Rosyadi, MPD. She will present entitled Students' Argumentation Level When Solving Hot Mathematic Problems. So allow me to explain more about Ms. Alfiani. She is renowned research expert in the field of mathematics education, critical thinking, high order thinking skills, and others. She has written many books on qualitative research method, calculus, special functions, statistics, and others. Moreover, she has a similar field of knowledge to our first speaker, but Ms. Alfi focused more on mathematics education at higher school level. Now it's time to hear from our second speaker, Ms. Alfiani. You have 10 minutes to present.
Thank you, Miss Oli. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to International Conference on Education, Teacher Training and Professional Development. I think it's great experience. It's great to see you all here today. I appreciate to your time and attention. My name is Alfiani Atma Putri Rosyadi. I'm a mathematics lecturer. Today I will share with you my research report. That is the title, Students' Argumentation Level When Solving hot mathematics problem. As you know, there is three variable, that is hot, and then mathematics problem, and argumentation level. Maybe same with Ms. Dia. This is my just a little for my dissertation. Introduction will to explain about a lot of variable that I do in my research. The first, hot. What is hot? Hot is high order thinking skill. HOT is a process of classifying something complex into part, detecting relationship, combining new information, and then using all previous level in evaluating or making judgment. In HOT, and three part: analyze, evaluation, and create. In fact, in Indonesian, there's a problem. I think it's a big problem. HOT's process is not fully established. As you know, and three phase, that is analyze, evaluation, and create. But in the fact, one of them is when conducting, that is evaluation and making assessment. In my presenting, I use yellow highlight. It means that in phase evaluation and making statement, in Indonesian student is incomplete. Based on my observation, there is two reasons. For the first is not all states of HOTS work well, and the second is at the evaluate and create stage many students fail. This is because they only focus on solving the problem. And then I want to give you explanation about argumentation. Student argumentation is one alternative that can be used to convey the result of evaluation and assessment that have been carried out. It means that argumentation can explain the result of thinking based on evidence and method. As you know, student argumentation is one of alternative that we can use to solve the HOTS problem, like that. Okay. The research, qualitative research, and then I choose case study approach, because I want to know in deep the level of student argumentation after solving HOTS mathematics problem. And then sample research. The population of the first I would choose population of this research is second semester student who have taken algebra course. Of the 50 students who were given HOTS mathematics problem, only seven students appeared in all aspects of HOTS. And then the sample of this study were 7 students whose answer contained all aspects of HOTS. There is 7 students were asked to convey their argument, and then I choose 7 students and then give interview. After that, data analysis is data reduction, representation, and conclusion drawing. I want to explain you about my instrument because my variable is HOTS and argumentation. I want to combine 2 of variable. HOTS we have three part: analyze, evaluate, and create. And then argumentation, we have two descriptor, that is explain and then rechecking. From 2 part, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 indicator in every my instrument. For example, from analyze, I can get explain the result of thinking based on evidence and method according to the point of view of the relevant material or not, like that. And the second one, rechecking based on the suitability of concept, etc. That is 5 indicator from every instrument. My instrument have test and interview. Next. This is my research result. From 7 students that I give HOTS problem, and then I want to know about the argumentation. I have 3 argumentation level. This is my unique topic, I think, because 3 level is I make by myself. The first is initial phase, the second is modification, and the last one is exploration. What is initial phase? Initial phase is result of thinking is just accordance with the concept that have been write down. And then modification, student mention is next level, I think. Student mention the result of thinking based on the collaboration, the concept, and then the higher level is exploration. Develop the result of thinking and is associated with another relevant concept. I think that exploration is he or she can connect the concept to another material and then subject or another. And then the suggestion for this research is that study is needed on the aspect of identification and evaluation at each level of argumentation. I mean that another research can explore about 2 phases, that is identification and evaluation. Okay, this is today's research representation. I apologize if there are words and action that are less pleasing to you all. With this, I close today's presentation. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Miss Alfiani. Let's give a round of applause to Miss Alfiani. Hereinafter, our last speaker, Dr. Betty Istanti Suwandayani, MPD. She is a lecturer who focuses on elementary education, which is the same as our first speaker, Ms. Dr. Dia. Ms. Betty will present designing mathematics learning media to optimize primary graders' understanding of mathematical concepts. Ms. Dr. Betty Istanti-Suwandayani, MPD, has conducted a lot of research in the field of basic education, especially in aspect of curriculum, design learning, learning media, and learning innovation. She has written many books about education and teaching in the field of elementary education. In addition, she has carried out various improvements in the quality of education in the outermost remote areas of Indonesia. I'd like to welcome our speaker to start the presentation 10 minutes from now. The screen is yours, Ms. Betty.
Thank you, Ms. Uli, for introducing me. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good noon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for accepting our invitation today. It is such an to see you all here. Maybe I'm the last panelist on this section and the junior lecturer. And also, it is my pleasure to welcome all of you in this conference. Okay, in this occasion, I would like to present about the designing mathematics learning media to optimize primary graders' understanding of mathematical concept. Yes. Okay, as we know, mathematics subject are given to all students in elementary school to equip students with the ability to think logically and then systematically, critically, creatively, and the ability to work together. In addition, the stake for elementary school children is 7 until 20 years old, which means that according to Piaget theory, this egg enters to concrete operational stage. Then, teachers should be present in every learning process in order to achieve the goal they want to achieve. Learning using media can simplify problems, especially in conveying things that are new and unfamiliar to students. And then the topic, we have 3 main topics, and then the first is primary education, and then the second is mathematics learning media and understanding of the mathematics concept. Mathematics subjects are given to all students from elementary school to equip, analyze systematically, critically, and to work together. And then teacher should present media in every learning process to order to achieve the goals they want to achieve. And then the research method, and in my research, I am use SLR, systematic literature review. With I use an electronic database search using Scopus. Search in ethical title, abstract, and keyword. I use mathematics, and then learning media and elementary school as the keyword. I have 230 article, and in the filtering stage, we have to exclude some information that we do not need. The first is we have rings 214 until 224 rings. There are only 179 records. Yeah. Until we exclude some keywords, there are only open access article and then original article only. And then I use English only, and the subject are social science, psychology, and the mathematics, and all the document that I analyzed 22 article. Okay. This is a result and the discussion of the my research with the SLR. The main information I analyzed some information use phosphor and biblioshiny time span 2013 and until 20 this is of 2014 until 224, and then source 22 article and document, and then correspondency author from the country. They are blue or green, blue. Blue and the right color. They are the graphs show the country of the origin of each article. Author obtained by calculating the total collaboration between SCP, single country cooperation. The color is red. And one country collaboration, not MCP, several country collaboration or collaboration between several countries. As we know with the graph, there are countries that research this topic a lot, and namely the top country is the USA, followed by China, Germany, India, Korea, Philippines, and Singapore. And this data show the need to increase the number of publication of articles and the topic of the mathematics in our countries, especially for Indonesia. This improvement needs to be done because apart from researching new and better idea, it will also provide innovation for mathematics learning in elementary school. Next. Yeah. Okay. The theme user written work, they are the object of research continue to change, especially newly published article compared to article published long ago. As we know the graph about the tree field plot, there is image of the tree plot above a containing three observed element, name of journal publication, list of author names, and the theme of the topic used. There are three elements, and the journals show which author contributes most frequently to its publication, especially those with the theme of the mathematics learning media. And the second element, in the middle, is the author who is tied to place of publication of the previous journal and relate keywords. The last element is the third element regarding research topic. Its research topic is connected between author who writes a lot of the topic is mathematics learning media. All of the article analyze the word that frequently appear. And the next slide. Yeah, all of the article analyzed the word that frequently appear were mathematics, and then child and the meal. Learning media is the instrument or equipment or tools that teacher use to communication to the student, so that the information they receive research them and effectively and show the effectiveness of the teaching and the learning process influences learning outcome and currently available learning. And then media is one important factor to give goals of the learning. Most learning media are still traditional, which has an impact of the student mathematics learning in innovation and the motivation. So the point of the SRN in our research is the important thing in designing learning media is that a teacher and the prospective teacher must be know the characteristic of the student. We must understanding what the student need, and learning is designed to be fun and to be meaningful learning. Okay, finally, because I'm the last panelist of this section and on this conference, maybe I will read pantun in bahasa Indonesia.
Cakep.
You can answer cakep ya. Bakso bakar enak sekali.
Cakep, cakep.
Adanya di Kota Malang yang dingin ini. Konferen ini sangat menarik hati. Semoga kita berjumpa lagi. Thank you so much for your attention. Once again, thank you for your meet up and hopefully we can meet again and see you soon. Akhirul kalam, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Applause to Ms. Betty and thank you for the presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached all of the presentation from three beautiful speakers who conducted research in the field mathematics learning but has a different level. Maybe we could be called them Sri Kandi mathematicians comes from University of Muhammadiyah Malang. Now we will move to the questions and answer session. Now let's open the floor for questions from our audience. Please raise your hand if you have a question and wait for the microphone to reach you. Please also state your name and affiliation before asking your question or type it into the YouTube and Zoom chat box.
Please give me a suggestion, not question.
Okay, for first question comes from Mr. Fauzi.
Okay, thank you, Bu Uli. Okay, for Bu Betty. Okay, my name is Ahmad Fauzi. I'm from Department of Biology Education, Universitas Muhammadiyah Malang, and my YouTube channel is Encyclopedia Ahmad Fauzi. Okay. Okay, Bu Dr. Betty, given the similarities between your methodology and Mr. Usama methodology research, I have similar question for you. My question is, what are the key limitation or the prevalent shortcomings or the main weaknesses in Indonesian research reporting on learning media development? Thank you.
Okay, please Mr. Dr. Betty to answer the question.
Okay, thank you Bapak Fauzi, Ahmad Fauzi. Don't forget to like, comment, and subscribe. Okay, the best question for me. Okay, as we know that 22 article that we have, they are informed the Indonesian research. They inform the use specific research and development, such as ADI, Port and Cal, and then however the study do not implement complete the stage, such as when they use direct agent model, only some stage that used by the researchers, maybe like that.
Okay, thank you. So maybe the complexity of the model or numerous substages in model become the main challenges for researchers to conduct full step, yeah, when they conduct learning media development. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next question comes from Mr. Agung.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thank you so much. I have a question for each presenter. Berdiri. Enggak, thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to ask to Miss Alfiani about the argumentation. In reality, our student is very difficult to solve the hot problems, and then when we teach in the class, when we ask about the problem and ask about the argumentation or ask about their argumentation, mostly they are passive. Yeah. Can you give me some way to stimulate our students to express their argument in the class? And then the second one for Miss Dia. Based on my experience when I teach teachers elementary school in PPK, when I ask about the 2-dimension and 3-dimension, for example, when I ask about the whiteboard, and then I ask to them, it is 2-dimension or 3-dimension, and then the most of them I answer that the whiteboard is 2-dimension, and it is, I think, misconception happened to them. And then my question is, what should we do to fix it? And then the last for Miss Betty, Betty or Betty, yeah, Miss Betty. Betty. Nowadays, technology is popular to student, and then a student will be happy when a teacher give some media for learning. But in reality, most of the teacher feel hard to make some kind of media, kind of video and animation and etc. And then my question is there any solution for the teacher? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Agung. So each speaker has a different question. Please, who will answer first? Okay.
Okay. Okay, Mr. Agung, for your question, but I need to question, not your question. Okay, thank you. Many problems about 2-dimensional shape and 3-dimensional shape, yeah. And then in my class have the same problem about misconception about that. And then I think 2-dimensional shape is one material to understand the next material about 3-dimensional shape. If you meet about misconception, I think we must teach step by step. PAC suggests me about the step, enactive, iconic, and symbolic. I think the teacher in the PPG have some experience about teaching in the class about the concept 2-dimensional shape with the symbol only, not integrate about enactive, about symbolic, and many experience the teacher PPK like the only the symbol, so we can teach for the concrete, and we must integrate about the concept with the concrete material in the class. I think so.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dia. How about the answer from Ms. Dia, Mr. Agung? Is it clear?
I think we can write together about the misconception 2-dimensional shape and 3-dimensional shape in the student of PPG, Mr. Agung.
I think the misconception from the teacher has a relation to student understanding about the concept of the 2-dimension and 3-dimension, and when it happened to the teacher, so what we do right now?
Yes, many students understand about the concept, understand about the concrete material, understand about two-dimensional shape, three-dimensional shape, but many teachers cannot integrate about the both the concept and the concrete. So this is one of misconception about the concept of two-dimensional shape and three-dimensional shape. When I ask about the concept of two-dimensional shape, many students in PPK know, understand, but please give me an example about two-dimensional shape. Many students choose whiteboard, the door, and then etc. This is the you. I think we must integrate what is the concept of two-dimensional shape and the concrete concept. Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the next question. Okay, Miss Alfie.
Hello, Mr. Agung. I think it's good question, and I believe that every lecturer has a same problem with you, because our student is passive, and then don't want to say anything in class, and we also say something and then say another question, but our student always silent like that. And your question is a way to stimulate express argument in this class to make our student more active like that, because my research is about argumentation. As you know, argumentation is related with communication, and then in year into, I think it's 1 until 2 year, I also my research also want to explore about written and oral communication, and then to answer your question, I think we have 3 solutions. At the first, we can familiarize written and oral communication in every lesson in our class. And then the second one is discuss every day. When we are discuss, I believe that our student more active than no discuss in this class. And then the last one, initially students were asked to write down the idea first, and then student can describe their idea. After that, we give she or he to argument, not just argument, but he or she can write down first and then describe the idea. After that, describe everything that he or she write the paper, like that. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the last answer comes from Miss Betty.
Okay, thank you for your question, Papa Agung. Okay. Discuss about the media and then technology. Technology is a challenge in today's learning. One professor told me, change or changes. If I ask to you, what you choose, change or changes? berubah or diubah. Berubah. Okay. It means that we must change to know the student needs, and then we must should prepare a good learning media, and we have to prepare different menu every day. If today we eat fried tempeh, the next is fried tempeh until 1 month, until 1 year, what you feel? Maybe we feel bored. So we can choose a good lesson plan and use the technology to include in the design learning on the mathematics. Maybe like that.
Okay, so I think Mr. Agung is no question anymore. So, is there any question? Let's check the Zoom chat. There is no question from Zoom, so I think it's enough for question and answer session for this parallel session. Thank you for participants who share an inspiring topic for speaker to be discussed. We can conclude that whatever level of students to learn mathematics, teacher has a variety of challenge, the adversity quotients, high order thinking skills, and learning media so that it will meet the solution. Now, please allow us to give the e-certificate for the speakers. Thank you for your inspiring presentation. So first certificate to Miss Dr. Diah Warawirastri Ekowati MPD, and then second e-certificate to Miss Dr. Adrian. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your attention and participation. We have come to the end of our parallel session. I hope you have enjoyed this session and gained some valuable insight and knowledge from our speakers. Have a great day, everyone. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Ms. Uli, for conducting the great session. Let's give a round of applause again, everyone. And it means that we are coming to an end of this international conference. Again, on behalf of the committee, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the speakers and participants for making this event successfully held. We would like to apologize for some inconvenience during this event. I would like to say congratulations and success for the 8 new doctors from University of Muhammadiyah Malang, especially the Faculty of Teaching and Training Education. Ladies and gentlemen, what a lovely and exciting day we just had. We hope that this conference will escalate our knowledge to nurture the nation. My name is Hana Rosmalia. We are looking forward to meet you in the next event. And wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bapak Ibu, the conference is officially closed, so I would like to speak in Indonesian language and